Hello. Rashada Hanu Leo Botenu, Abiabama, Biskapa, Biako, Atakwa dos, Wishameka, dos, Badusha, Meka, on my head. With Shamu Bene, Israel, El Shabbat, La, so El Shabbat, the door of top of the Ola. Bene, Bene, Israel, Otilola. Kisa Shayla, Masa, Shaddai, Shamaim, where to Addis, Ubayum must be Shabbat, where not Fash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Tulateka, Baruch Kushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok, Lolam Mahe, Baruch Shem Kabol Makuto, Lolam Mahe, Baruch Kabol Lohim, Min Kumon, Malek Yom, Aluhu, Lolam Mahe. First of all, I'd like to give on honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways are just, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to the head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters. I see them too, the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Doing these laws, to do these commandments, to fulfill these laws, to fulfill these commandments and statutes that God has ordained for us to live by, it takes a mentality. It takes a mentality, man. It takes a certain way or pattern of thought, a way of thinking. It takes a mentality. Because if you don't, to acquire that mentality, the only way to acquire that mentality is by reading the book. Reading this book would change your pattern of thought, would change the way you think. Because the way I see certain things, or the way I used to see certain things, by reading the book, it changes the way I see this now. It changes my view now. It corrects my thinking now. It corrects my behavior. It corrects everything about me to please God. To please God. And that is the purpose. That is the purpose in life. That is your purpose in life. That is our goal in life. That is our whole purpose in life, is to please God. So therefore, in pleasing God, we will read the book and learn how God desires you or wants you to be. Okay? Again, to do these laws, commandments, and statutes, it takes a pattern of thought. It takes a certain pattern of thought, a way of thinking. Okay? Because if I don't change the way I think, then my actions is going to be different and opposite to what God accepts. It's going to be opposite to what we read, from what we read here in the book. And this is why we are not accepted of God. This is why we are not accepted of the Most High. Because God, the Most High, already have an upbringing. It's called upbringing, nourish. When we read the book, it says in the book, it said the Most High has nourished us. When you're nourishing a person or a child, or that's called upbringing. You're instructing them and informing them how you desire them to walk. How you desire them to walk and live. That is acceptable by God. That is acceptable by God. any other way that the Creator don't desire, then we're not going to gain the attention of God. We can't say, oh, God loves me, because I'm living in a pattern or in a life, or I'm doing things that is contrary and opposite from the things that God has desired and wants us to live by. So we got to read this book. And when we're reading this book, we have to forget. We have to relinquish and forget about your past. Mm-hmm. You can't do any comparison. Right. There's no comparing this to nothing else. There's no comparing this to nothing else. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 19. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 19.
Leviticus chapter 19. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
And the Lord spake unto... Tell them. It said, the Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
Ye shall
speak unto the congregation of the children of Israel,
and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
So who say you can't be holy? Who say you can't be holy? Who say holy? Oh, that's a command. Means to be what? He said, ye shall be holy. He said, because I am holy. God is holy. So therefore, God gave us laws to set ourselves aside. To set yourself aside. To set yourself apart. To set yourself aside, right? It says characterize holy. Set apart for God. All right? And when you're set apart for God, I don't do what the world does. I don't do what common people does. I don't do what profane people does. You are not common. That's right. We gotta begin to look at ourselves that way. That's right. You gotta tell yourself that you're not common. You have to drill that in yourself and stop looking at yourself as the same as the people. Right. No, we ain't the same. I am not the same. You women are not the same like these women out there. That's right. The men in here is not the same like the men out there, because we know who the true and living God is. Oh, yeah. You know the things that please God. Mm-hmm. In the book, he said Israel knows the things that pleased me. These are you want to please God? Read the book. And the book will tell you how to please God.
How you displease God.
And how you can displease him. Okay? So now holy, set apart for God, characterized by perfection and transcendence, and the wisdom by reading the book, right? The wisdom that by reading the book tells me that you can still be at fault with God and be perfect. Mm-hmm. You know why? You know, it makes sense, right? Mm-hmm. You know why? Let's go. Let's do some point. Let's do some viewpoints. Genesis 6, right? When the evil angels came down and went into the daughters of men, and there was giants. You know what God said? He said, I will not strive with man in this era, because he is but flesh. God said, I will not strive or contend with man in his error, in his fault, because he's but flesh. Which means God is not going to contend and strive with you with everything, because if he do, he'll kill you. Mm-hmm. He'll kill you. And then in Numbers 15, it says, when you have sinned in error, you know what goes up after that? There's a burnt offering that goes up after that. And the burnt offering that went up for a sweet savior unto God. Then after that, a sin offering goes up. Then after the sin offering, a peace offering goes up to regain the favor of God. Okay? Now, Why I say that is because King David, right? Now, before I say that, what Solomon said, there is no man that sinneth not. There is no man that sinneth not. Okay? So if there's no man that sinneth not, there's going to be some type of contradiction. He's going to be going against God, which means you can still be at fault. Which means that's why in the book it says, do not transgress presumptuous. Presumptuous iniquity means you know of something to be wrong or against God and you still do it. Pride and being haughty is when you put yourself above God or above his laws, or you put other things or people above God and his laws. That's why when you're pursuing God and learning about these laws, commandments, and statutes, two things you got to relinquish is pride and vanity. Pride and vanity. Those two things gets in the way of you serving God. Because pride, you put yourself above his laws, and you put others above God's laws. And vain, you worried about how people look at you. We're worried more about how family and brothers and sisters and relatives and friends look at us than how God look at you. That's what we worried about. We ain't worried about how God look at us. We ain't worried about that. And that's what we need to be worried about, because I wasn't put here to please you.
That's right.
Doom City.
I was put here to please God.
That's right. That's right.
Okay? After God, I was put here to please my parents. I wasn't put here to please nobody else. And that's when you learn that's when you set up your priorities in life.
That's it.
According to that, what comes first? All right? Now, set apart, right? To hold different thinking, a different train of thought, and your opinion will be different. Because your train of thoughts and your thinking pattern and your opinions, it all coincide with what the book says. Because when people say things, you're going to say, hold up, wait a minute. And your tapes will rewind, and you'll say, wait a minute. God did not look at this as evil. So therefore, I cannot look at this as evil. See, by reading the book tells us what is good. The book tells us what is evil. All right? To be separate, right? Separate means to go in a different direction, to make a distinction, to make a difference, to put a difference, which means there's a difference between me and you. And when you're making a difference between yourself and this person or people, the laws of God is put in place. I eat different. I look different. My train of thought is different. I walk different. Everything about me is opposite to you.
That's right.
Because God is the Creator, is the one who is showing me how to walk, how I should think, how I should move in life to be accepted of God. God do not love the world. There are people in the world that God hates and despises.
Right.
Why? Because we go against his laws, commandments, and statutes. We go against his ways. We go against the things that God has ordained for man to live by. And this is why the Creator is so distant. He's so distant, and punishment and judgment don't happen so speedily because he's distant. But know for surety, when punishment happens speedily for a person, is because he has gained some type of attention from God.
That's right.
Because judgment and chastisement will correct me, and I will bethink myself. That's the first thing a person will happen when something happened to them. You backtrack. Wait a minute. There is something that I did in my life that caused this.
Yeah.
There is something that I did against God that caused this. And then you start thinking back. And when you're doing these things, you got to be truthful with yourself. You got to be truthful with yourself, acknowledging your fault, acknowledging you're wrong with God. You got to be truthful with yourself. Because if you ain't truthful with yourself, you're not going to make no repairs. No. You can't be better. Yeah. You can't tay-tee. Tay-tee means to improve with God. That's what God told Cain. He said, if you do good, he said, I will exalt you. That's right. You know what it is for God to exalt you in the heavens? You don't know that man was exalted. You ain't going to know nothing. But God exalted you. Why? Because you improved. You did better. You corrected yourself. There was something that came, something with Cain that God did not like. So therefore, when he sent up his offering, the only way that is shown that God accepts your offering, one way. Fire came down from heaven and sucked up the burnt offering. When Solomon made his prayer, and he was facing the east and told God and asked God and said, if they pray towards this place, he said, and he went in. He said at the end of his prayer, fire from heaven came down and sucked up the whole burnt offering, which means that prayer that Solomon said before God was accepted, and it's solid. So when Abel sent up his offering, it was accepted by fire. Cain caught an attitude. He got angry because after God told him, listen, do good, you got to improve. There was no communication. No communication between him and God. And they was able to perceive that there was no communication between him and God. So he got angry at Abel and killed his brother. God came. He said, Abel. He said, Cain. He said, where's your brother? He said, I don't know. I said, am I my brother's keeper? He said, man, what did you do? He said, your brother's blood cried out to me to the ground.
God knew what he did.
God knew what he did. Like a parent go and ask the child, he said, man, what you did, man? The parent know what the child did. Let me see if you're going to confess and be truthful. Right. Anytime innocent blood is taken from the earth, it cries to God. It's an annoying sound in the eyes of God. And the only thing that can stop that sound is the death of the murderer, the person that has murdered that person without justifiable reason by God. And Cain, you know what his name means? To lament or to chant a dirge. You know what a dirge is? It was a lament. It was a songs of sorrows. He was sorrowful for what he did to his brother, man. And because he was so sorrowful, God set a mark on him to protect him because he cursed him. He said, okay, this got to happen because of what you did. Because of what you did. He said, but I'm going to put a mark on you to preserve you a little longer. But he had to go one way or the other. Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
Verse 3. Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father.
See, now, my bad. I have something else to go to. Perfection, right? When you're perfect with God, you're free from fault or defect. Okay? Satisfying all requirements. The requirements that is set up by God, by the Most High God. What is fault? Your fault is your error. To violate unaccepted standards. Things that you violated that is acceptable by God, that God accepts. Transcendence. Exceeding usual limits. Surpassing. Surpassing means to become better. To become better in life. Yeah. Things that I know to be lawful and right, I need to start doing it and stop making excuses. Because that's what we do in life, you know. We make excuses with ourselves and put a time when we are supposed to be doing certain things. We put a time limit on. No, you just got to put yourself in it and deal with the consequences.
That's the
Start
sacrifice.
sacrificing yourself and make short everything else.
Sacrifice.
Limit everything else, but do not limit God. Don't limit God.
Wait for what? I'm not waiting.
So now, if I'm going to be doing these things that is lawful and right by God, like wash it, I'm going to protect my skin because I don't need nobody touching me. Because once a person see the copulation that's left that man and you touch me, I got to go wash. So I got to cover my whole skin. Go to work, don't sit down. I got to bring a chair, put on gloves, cover my whole... You got to make sacrifice. I can't put God on wait, on hold. Okay, now, go ahead. Now, what's the next verse?
Verse 3.
Go ahead.
Ye shall fear every man his
Ye
mother.
shall fear every man his father. And when you fear, right? All right? If I'm not afraid, then I won't make the right decisions. You understand what I'm saying? In order for me to make the correct decision, according to God, I must be afraid. I got to be afraid to steal. I got to be afraid to take something that don't belong to me.
That's right.
I have to, because if I'm not afraid, then I won't be aware of offending God. Then I won't be aware of offending my parents. That's why God said fear. That's when you fear. Not say, oh, I'm afraid. And your parents go, oh, I'm not that type of afraid. Afraid to offend your parents. Be afraid to offend them. Be afraid to offend. This is the same word that is used to fear God. Be afraid to offend God. Be afraid to offend your parents. Be afraid of that. Be cautious. Be aware. And by me being aware and cautious, then I will make the right decisions. Because now I'm thoughtful and I'm thinking, if I do this, will I offend my mother? Will I offend my father? If I say this, will I offend my mother? Will I offend my father? Children today don't have that mentality. So who in the world have to put it in them? You! Why do you think I grew up with that mentality? Because my parents instilled that in me from a child. So now I have to keep this going by instilling this train of thought in my son. So that my son don't grow up and think he can tell me anything that comes to his head. And that's why children go to parents and say, Mom, or Dad, you wrong. And then the mother or the father, how? How I'm wrong? Are you out of your mind? That's unacceptable.
Are you out of your mind?
You must be out of your mind.
Just don't speak.
You can't tell God he's wrong
Okay.
because God and your parents is on the same level. That's what God said. He said, fear me and fear your parents.
Right. Right.
So now we have to instill this in our children to teach them the concept of how to fear God, of how to fear your parents by not offending God. How do you offend God, the Creator? By going against His laws. How do you offend your parents? By going against them. Being an adversary, being adverse, being contrary.
You don't have to say. You can walk, turn your back on them too.
That's right.
Turn the shoulder.
That's right. You have to be worried about consequences.
Some people don't talk to their parents.
So that's right. Okay, and that's the fear that we're talking about here. Anxious concerns. Okay? Before a person fear God, you're gonna fear what people think. Before you fear God, you're gonna be afraid and you're gonna fear what people think. That's why you keep certain things to yourself and you're not out with it. Listen, ma, brother, sister, I do not live that way no more.
Right.
So don't call me and wish me a Merry Christmas. Don't call me and tell me Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Don't call me and ask me what am I doing with my children for Halloween. Because I already told you how I live.
Right.
I don't live like that no more. I have changed my way of life. And guess what? They have to accept it. They don't accept it, you got to make them accept it because they're going to continue to call you and say, Merry Christmas. Don't answer. I'm hula hoop. You heard what I said? I said Merry Christmas. Didn't I tell you I don't live that way? Didn't I tell you I don't live that way no more?
That's right.
Let them be concerned with how you live. Well, I live according to the Old Testament and the Bible. You ever read the Ten Commandments? Oh, no, I haven't read the. Oh, look, get your Bible. Now you become a teacher now. Get your Bible. I'm going to get my Bible. Read that. Blow their mind. Because they ain't never read nothing like that.
No.
They ain't never read what God said a man shall not lie with a man.
Okay.
They ain't never read that. They think it's natural. They think it's natural that a man should desire another man. They think it's natural for a woman to desire another woman. And that's out of the box.
Right.
You are out of your mind. You're losing it. And that's the mentality of the world today. You don't see where God is leading his people?
All races. God
is leading the world towards destruction. By what? By how they live their life.
Keep living your life that way.
It's not a game. By your lifestyle.
Keep living your life that way.
By your lifestyle. God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah for a reason.
This place is next.
For a reason. And guess what? This place is
awful.
worse.
It's worse.
It's worse. Now men want to be women now. Getting injections, want to grow breasts and this.
It's corrupt.
It's corrupt. And all it is God. God is setting up these people
It's a setup.
for destruction.
It's a setup.
You think God love a homosexual? So God loved the world.
No,
You
man.
think God gonna accept him the way he is? No. God don't accept you the way you is.
No.
And guess what? I can't accept you the way you is. Because God don't accept you the way you is. The way God wants you, you read it here. God made man and woman to copulate and have babies.
Amen.
His opposite. Kinegdo means his opposite. Opposite to what Adam looked like. Opposite to a man. He didn't create two plugs. He didn't create two outlets. There's no connection. Can't make nothing like that.
Dude talking about he's blessed of God. You a fact.
No, you're not blessed.
Get out of my face, man.
Which means blessed.
Face, man.
Blessed does not categorize what you have.
Idiot.
Understand that. You have look at what's that dude name? Little Nas X.
Curse of God.
He like men and he desired men, but he's a millionaire. He's a millionaire.
Ain't about the money.
So it ain't about the money.
Okay.
Dykes got money. It ain't got money. It ain't about the money, man. It's about your lifestyle and how you order your life. What tells me whether you're blessed. And if you order your life according to God, then everything else falls in line. He will satisfy your desires. I desire this. I want to get a good job. And then God will appease your desires because you appease him. I'm doing the things that is lawful and right by God. So therefore, okay, man, let me give you this over here. Let me give you that over here. But when things don't go right with you, it's two things. It's two things. It's either God is proving you or testing your loyalty,
Right.
or if something that I did in my life that caused that? 2 things. That's it. Well, this ain't going right for me. It's either I did something in my past that brought this on me, or God is proving me and trying to feel and trying to see if I had tested me, to see if I have any loyalty to him, to see if I'm going to turn my back on his laws. That's what we need to realize, man. We don't realize that. We don't understand that. So again, before a person fears God, you're going to fear what people think about you. When you start serving God, right? And that caused people not to make changes with themselves. That causes people not to make changes with themselves because I'm afraid of how you think. I'm afraid with how I look in your eyes. But when you don't care about that, the changes will increase. There's nothing stopping you. There's nothing stopping you, man. So now, what it said, fear God and who?
You shall fear every man,
fear every man, his mother,
and his father,
and
keep my Sabbath.
And keep my Sabbaths. So we're gonna do a brief rundown because we cannot keep the Shabbat holy if we don't read the book. In Isaiah 58, it says, nor speaking of matters, which means my conversation cannot be of things that is not of the book. Okay, I cannot conversate with nothing else about nothing else that is not in the book. So I'm not going to talk about the job. I'm not going to talk about worldly things. We ain't going to conversate about none of that because right now it ain't about me. Right now it's not about me. It's about me keeping these laws, commandments, and statutes that God has ordained by me to keep. Okay, focus on that. Right. Before I said that, in the later on in the beginning of the verse, in verse 13, 54th chapter, verse 15, it said, if you restrain your foot from what? From your own pleasure and from doing thy own pleasure on my holy Sabbath. So I got to inform these people that I observe the Sabbath. I cannot allow these people to look. You don't call me to come into work. Don't call me to come into work because I cannot come into work today. I will never work today. You know what the dude came and said, man, he said, yo, man, you know how much money you missing by not working on Saturdays? Because when you go in, it's double time. It's double time. I said, it ain't about the money. It's about me pleasing God. And I still gross over 100 every year on a good job without working Saturdays. I'm not missing anything. I'm not missing nothing. So it ain't really about me. It's about me pleasing God.
That's right.
Exodus 16 says the word hekinu. Hekinu means to arrange, prepare, or set up. Which means the chairs is already arranged and set up. All right? Anything that I have to arrange or set up is already set up. And you find that in Exodus 16. Jeremiah 17 states that you should not exit your house with a burden. A burden is anything that is carried. It doesn't depict how heavy it is. See, I'm not going to go into Nehemiah 13 because people say, oh, well, the burden that it was talking about was because of the people going to Tyre to go to, okay, whatever. Okay, well, we ain't going to go there. That's your interpretation. That's your interpretation to suit what you want to do.
Right.
To suit you what you want to do. According to your way. But how God sees it. Let's go to Jeremiah 17. That's what Jeremiah 17 states. Don't exit your house with a burden. Plain and simple. So I'm not leaving my house with nothing in my hand. Bags, nothing. That's right. No book bag, no none of that. Let's go. Go ahead, Tom C. Read.
Verse 4. Turn ye not unto idols.
Turn ye not unto idols. How do you turn to idols? What is an idol? An idol is a representation.
Mm-hmm.
What represents an idol? Like the cross,
Mm-hmm.
like the Nike swoosh.
Mm-hmm.
Those things represents Greek idols, represents idols.
That's right.
That's why these symbols and emblems should not be allowed in your house.
That's right.
Because it is a cursed thing. It is a devoted thing.
Mm-hmm.
It is a devoted thing. All right? It's a dedicated thing. All right? A representation or a symbol of an object of worship, a form or appearance, visible but without substance. You know what without substance is? Substance means without life. An image that is without substance. And that is what pictures. Pictures of humans, male and female. Pictures of animals and cattle. Pictures of creeping things. We should not have images of what God created. Anything that God created, we should not have images of. So I can have a picture of a TV. Well, you got the image there. You got the image of a TV. Well, that's not talking about that. Well, your TV is an image. I said, how is that an image? Fools. When you cut it on, it's an image there. I said, no, fool. Those are actual people performing and doing commercials and movies. That's not an image. That's not the image that God is talking about. It says without life. Those people have life. Those people are living. In order to do a commercial, you got to be alive. You ain't going to be dead and do a commercial. You ain't going to be dead and do a movie. You ain't going to be dead and do shows. People don't have wisdom. They have no wisdom because wisdom comes what? Through the performance of God's laws. By doing these laws, that's what gives you wisdom. And it'll change your train of thought. It'll change the way you perceive certain things. Right? Now, when you turn to idols, it means what? To direct your attention or mind towards or away from. Because notice one thing. The beginning of sin starts here. The beginning of iniquity starts here. You start to doubt things that you're doing according to what God says. You start to doubt the things that you're hearing. Why? Because why we begin to doubt? Because there's an opening. There's an opening where? There's an opening in your spirit. There's a breach in your spirit. Remember God said, he said, the Satan told God, he said, I can't touch Job. He said, because you got a boundary around him. You have a boundary. You have a hedge. You have a protection around him and everything that he owns and have around his house, his servants, his children, his cattle. Why? All because of one man's lifestyle. Because of how he lived his life according to what God said. He said Job is upright and perfect. He said, and he eschewed evil. You know what eschewed evil means? Eschew means to turn away from the things that is unlawful, from the things that is not right by God. And that's what Job did. And when you live your life like that, God also will protect you against the evil forces that's out there. All I got to do is please God. I got to please God. And when I please God, there'll be a boundary around me, around my wife, around my children, around my house, around everything that I own.
That's right.
So I don't need a trinket or a charm.
I don't need trinkets and charms,
No.
horseshoes and rabbit foot.
Okay.
All I got to do is please God. That's it. Because all those things comes with witchcraft,
Right.
enchantments,
Yes.
and omen, and
Yes.
sorcery,
Yes.
and foretelling futures,
Yes.
and telling me what's going to be my future, and your future is going to be this, this, and this, and this. It's all witchcraft and devil worship.
Yeah.
Things that God don't accept. things that will detour you and push you away from God. That's what it's there for. To detour you away from these laws, commandments, and statutes. Okay? Now, you know what that remind me of? You know what that remind me of? When God told, was it Eve? No, Cain. He said, I don't remember what he said. He said, unto you shall it be a desire. He said, but thou shalt rule over it. Iniquity will come to your mind, will come to your doors of your mind, will come here first. He said, but I have the power. You know what the cogency, I went over that last week. Remember what cogency is? That's the willpower that you have in you, able to resist the things that is against God. And when we sin against God, you relinquish and decrease the cogency in you. We all have cogency in us. Everybody in here has cogency. Cogency means this one's cogency that he have in them may be a little more stronger than his, because I'm able to resist more and pull back more than that person is. Why? According to his or her lifestyle. That's what affects them. So these things here comes to your mind. Comes to your mind. He said, but unto you shall it be your desire. It's going to desire you.
All that good.
Why is these things desiring us? Why is it clinging to us? You know why? Because I'm doing the things that brings it, that brings death.
Yeah.
I'm invoking this. I'm bringing this to myself by my lifestyle. Okay? To change your way of life, right? That's also a way of turning towards idols. Because once I change, I don't live this way no more. Once you stop living this way in the way or in the manner that God has set up, you have turned. You turn towards idols.
Yeah.
Right? To defect, to become different, opposite. Tamshi, read.
Nor make to yourselves molten gods.
Nor make to yourselves molten gods. Now, what is a molten god? In Hebrew, when you read about molten god, it says maseka. Right? Maseka, a molten image. A molten image. Remember when Aaron took all the gold from the people and he melted down and he poured it in order to make a molten god, you need to make a mold. You got to make the mold first. Right. So all this took time. And God seen this and he let them go through with it. He could have stopped them. But again, God don't operate like that. He said, you choose. You choose. It's your choice. You know the law. You know the commandments. You know right from wrong. You choose. Let me see what you have in you. Let me see if you're going to choose the right thing, or let me see if you're going to choose the wrong thing without me interfering. And that's why God stepped back and watched them. Let them go ahead and do it. Go ahead. Now all these things took time. He made a mold. Melt the gold down. This sounds like they said we was savages and barbaric.
No, he wasn't.
This sound like we were savages of people that knew how to melt gold and mold, and that he wasn't savages. No. The first world was black. The people, the government, these people want you to think that Adam and Eve and all these people were white. The color change didn't come until a certain time. A certain time, it was a year. Try to remember the year that it was. The color changes start coming through by a certain year, certain time, man. But the first world was black. Everybody was black. God made Adam from the dust of the ground.
That's right.
Okay? What is the dust of the ground? It ain't white.
Okay.
It's black.
It's black.
It's black. And we were people of melanin. Melanin means what? Color. We had color, all different types of shades and color.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, read.
Speckled birds.
That's right.
Nor make to yourselves molten gods.
Molten gods.
I am the Lord your God.
Okay, so now Aaron made this molten gods. In the Hebrew it says Egel Maseka, the mask of a calf. And God got angry. His anger kindled, and it kindled, and it kindled to the point where God wanted to destroy everybody. But who stepped in the way and spoke up for them? Moses. Moses was able to step in the breach, in the opening, and speak up for these people, all for the sake of what? His name. He thought about it. He wasn't protecting these people. They was wrong. Because when he came down from the mountain and saw this atrocities, the tablets got broken. He broke the tablets. He broke the tablets. But God was going to wipe them out. But Moses thought about the name of God. He didn't want people to talk against God. And that, when we read the book, we read about it's a certain mentality. My behavior, my lifestyle, if it's contrary to what God says, I cannot allow people to talk against my God. I can't allow that.
That's right.
By me behaving the way I'm behaving or acting the way I'm acting.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Verse 5. And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Lord, ye shall offer it at your own will.
If you offer a sacrifice of peace offering, you shall offer it at your own will. All the laws of God, when it's done at your own will, that's the only time when it is accepted. The only way to be accepted, when I'm offering it at my own will. You have to be doing this of your own will. Everything here has to be done because you're not being forced. Now, before you start doing this of your own will, you're going to be forced at times. Listen, you got to come. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's go. But then after a while, you get used to it and you grow. In time, you will grow to learn to love this. In time, you will grow to learn to love this because you haven't been staying away. How am I going to love something if I stay away from it? How am I going to be accustomed to something if I stay away from it? You accustom yourself to things that is ungodly because you're into it. I'm accustomed to the Christmases. And now, December 25th, I don't have a tree in the house, so I feel weird.
It feels weird.
I feel weird. I feel out of place. And then in time, by staying away from it, you won't feel weird. You don't feel weird. You say, well, I don't want that. I don't desire that no more. You'll learn to see despising things like that comes in time.
Right.
You ain't going to just despise that automatic. You're not going to despise that automatic. That takes work with yourself. You got to work on yourself so that you can grow that hatred for these things. Why I got to grow that hatred for it? Why? Because God hates it.
That's right.
God hates it. So I have to grow a hatred for it. What God hates, I have to grow, I have to learn to hate it. What God loves, I gotta make myself love it. The love I had for observing this day, I didn't have when I was 16.
No.
It grew in time. The love that I had for doing this, I didn't have when I was 14 and 13 and 19. You can look and see how far you have grown and increased and excelled with God.
That's right.
You can determine that with yourself.
That's right.
In time. So you're not going to despise these things all at once. And you ain't going to love this all at once. All this takes work. It takes years and it takes work with yourself.
Right.
This is why it's very important to read.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very important to read. I must put time in reading. I have to read. I have to. I was always a person to read.
Yeah.
13, 15, 16, always was a person to read. That was in me to read. dictionary, Hebrew dictionary, a good English dictionary, Merriam-Webster, and read. In time, God will open your eyes to certain things. What you see now, you ain't seen before. Because you put time in, depending on your ferventness with God. Now, a peace offering, you know what that peace offering is for? To gain favor in the eyes of God. Why were they putting up a peace offering? Because they was at fault. You was at fault with God. Like your parents. I'm at fault with my parents. I don't leave that undone. Oh, my mom's is mad at me. My father is angry at me. I'm not storming out that house. The first intention is to storm out. That's your first intention. You know why I can say that? Because that was my first intention. Storm out. But then you come back. Father look at you and say, oh, you came back, huh? Yo, my father look at me and say, oh, you came back, huh? I said, King, Abba. Everything is calm. Everything calm. Because you bethink yourself and you think, man. You think and you think and you think and you think. And that's what parent does. Parents chastise and reprimand you, and then you get angry and you get the way you get.
Yourself.
And you go ahead, read.
It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow. And if aught remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted. Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity. Because, verse 6, it shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow, and if aught remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted.
And if you offer a sacrifice, a peace offering unto the Lord, ye shall offer it at your own will. And it shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow. And if aught remain until the third day, it shall be burnt with fire.
And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted. Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hallowed thing of the Lord. And that soul shall be cut off from among his people. And when
he said, if it be eaten at all on the third day, right? There's an abominable. Right. It's abomination before God. It means God hated. Right? And if I eat it on the third day, it shall not be accepted. Now, it was even a rule. It was even a rule to the offerings. It was a rule to these offerings. And offerings could not just go up like that because you needed a priest. You needed a high priest to do these offerings. And we didn't have high priests here because the high priest has to be consecrated and ordained by another holy person. A holy person that is ordained by God has to do with a consecration. And if you can't be anointed. There's no anointing going here. No. You can't be promoted. Once you hear a person, oh, I've been promoted to be a high priest. You can't be no promoted. You can't be promoted to be no priest. You can't be promoted to be no priest. Right. There's no promotions in this. Right. Who does the promotion is God. And God, who promoted the king? A prophet. Samuel promoted King David. God, that's right. Who anointed these things, did these things? None of that can happen because there's a consecration and there's an order that comes with that. And if you don't go through those consecration and those orders, then it's not valid. It's not valid.
Kohens don't eat blood and fat, brother.
Go ahead, read.
Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity.
Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity. And the word for bear, you know what it means? To bear your iniquity. It means to hold in the mind. It means to accept. It means to be directed by iniquity, by sin. And again, I refer back to Genesis chapter 4. That's what it's at. It said sin lieth at the door. So when I bear, it said unto you, it said what? We got to give. It said, therefore everyone that eateth it shall bear its iniquity. So sin will come to my mind more often. It's going to come to me more. It's going to come to me more. I will be more directed towards that more. It's going to stay there. Go ahead, read.
And that soul shall be cut off from among his people.
And that soul shall be cut off from amongst his people. Now, the word for cut off is what? Nikrita. Nikrita, the root word is neked, or not neked, right? Neked means to be alienated, means to be estranged, means to be betrayed, means to deny. So when you are alienated from God, because I'm alienated, it will cause me to withdraw myself. Now, you have withdrawn yourself from doing the things that is lawful and right by God. You ain't coming to teachers no more. You eating with the blood and the fat. You doing things that is contrary from what God says. Okay? The next, all right? To withdraw yourself means to remove from immediate contact. Immediate contact. See why God was so connected and contact and immediate. They had immediate contact with God. They had close contact with God. Rebecca, Isaac's wife, she was pregnant with 2 boys, Jacob and Esau, and she was able to go and inquire and ask God what's going on in her womb, because we didn't have technology now. They couldn't go to the doctor and do scans and sonograms to find out if you had 2 babies or 3 or 4 babies in you. So their only way of finding out certain things was to go and inquire of God. And God answered her. He said, you have 2 manner of people. 2 brothers, but they both are different. They're both are different. 2 nations was in that woman's womb. Now, why all this is going on? Because God told Abraham that he was going to be a father of many different nations. He's the father of the Hebrews, of the Israelites. He was the father of the Ishmael, which was the Arabs. Father of the Canaanites and all of them. All those people came out of Abraham. When you look at it, all those people came out of him, right? Esau, to estrange, right? To cause someone to be no longer close. The affinity, the closeness that you have with God, it ain't there no more. It's separated. Now God has put distance between you and God. Antagonistic. Antagonistic is a feeling of opposition to go against God.
That's what they call the villain in the movie.
That's right. The feeling within you to go against God, to go against the things that is lawful and right. When you begin to have those feelings to detour or to go against what you read here, now I got to start doing some rewinding my tapes and backtracking. What did I do to cause this? What caused this, man? What caused me to go against these things that is lawful and right by God? Why am I doing this? Right? To betray means to be unfaithful to God. Failure to repent and to acknowledge. Because you're not going to repent if you don't acknowledge. If I don't acknowledge my fault and acknowledge that I've done something wrong against God, then you're not going to be repentful. You're not going to want to make no corrections. You're not going to want to repent. Because I don't think I'm wrong. I'm not wrong, and I'm not acknowledging my fault. Deliberate disloyalty. Sin is betrayal to God. When you transgress, you betray God. When you break these laws, you betray God. Go ahead, Tom Street.
Verse 9. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field.
Now, hold that right there, verse 9, right? When you deny God, you refuse to admit the truth or the existence of God. Why I don't admit the truth? Why do I refuse to admit the truth? Because I am comparing what I'm reading with my past and what I hear other people tell me and what I've been taught from the past. Like people come and say there was life before Adam and Eve. So I have a hard time accepting that it was just Adam and Eve.
You're right. Yeah.
And when these thoughts comes in your head and formulate in your mind, you have denied God. Because you're denying what you're reading here. Go ahead, read verse 9.
And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field.
When what?
And when you reap the harvest of
When
your
you
land,
reap the harvest of your land,
thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy
don't
field.
wholly reap the corners of your field. See, our main source of food was grown. We didn't have stores and corner stores and grocery stores and supermarkets. They grew their food, and all their food was much more fresher. And there was a law that came with the land. There was a time when we didn't reap. There was a time where God said, listen, at this certain time of the year, don't go in there and reap. Because the land, and make them think now. I go in the land, I go in my field, and I'm picking fruits and grapes. The land got to work to push another apple out.
That's right.
That's work. So when you let that land rest, and the land ain't going to work out of turn. He ain't going to push nothing out if something is already there. So he don't have to work. So he's resting. He's resting. So let it lie still. Let it rest. So that you don't overwork the land, because now to the size of a watermelon, it ain't the size now. The size back then is not the size now. All the sizes of these fruits are not the sizes from when it was grown. Because they work in the land over and over. The place is overpopulated. So they got to make this and fake that. You think you're eating cheese. It's rubber and plastic. You think you're eating, drinking milk. They add in pus. That's why I don't drink cow's milk.
That's right.
Because they put these cows on rape racks, jerk them, milk come out. And at a point in time, ain't no more milk. They continue jerking them, pus and milk and blood goes in there. They make cheese. They ain't gonna take that out. Oh, that's gonna mix into the milk. They gonna make the cheese. And then when you ain't considering of God and considering of what you eat, I don't care. I'm hungry, man. Hey, Pancho, let me get 2 slices. Not wondering where he got the cheese from.
Right, you're right.
What you eating?
Yeah.
Not wondering where that cheese came from. I'm not in those factories.
They can tell you.
I don't know for sure.
Right.
They could tell you anything.
Yeah.
Them stores is full of sick animals.
Yeah.
They don't throw those animals out.
No, they don't.
Chop, skin them. Listen,
They cut the bad part off.
sometimes they have extra blood. Let's pour a little more, a pint of blood in there and make it look fresh. It's hard, people, you damn fool. It's fresh. You see all the blood? Woo. But then, when you soak it and get the blood out, you see the discoloration in the meat. You see blue and gray marks. Green, and red. Oh, this meat is bad. I thought it was good. It was so bloody. But people don't soak their meat no more. Forget about that. Listen, man, I done had people look at me and say, man, is that meat good? Yeah, it's still good. It just ain't good to your eyes because you're accustomed of seeing red.
Red meat.
But when you soak that blood out and it look grayish and there's no blood in it, he said, you sure that meat's good? Yeah, it's good. It's good.
People think meat is naturally red.
Naturally red.
No, man, that's the blood in it.
They know that.
Naturally red.
They know
Go ahead, read.
that. Thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field, neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest.
Thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field, and what?
Neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest.
God is telling you what to do with your field. This is my field.
Show you how to farm. This is how you.
My field. He said, don't glean. To glean means to clean it.
Yeah.
Don't take everything. Don't be greedy.
That's right.
Yeah, it's yours. But it's mine, yeah, but God is still ordering you and showing you what to do with yours. Because in order not to glean it, you have to have a heart. All these laws teaches us to have a heart, not to be selfish. He said the key word. Because if you're selfish and you're all for self, then I will glean it, not considering that God said that if the poor pass through your field and he's hungry, he can stop in your field and eat. If the fatherless pass through your field and he's hungry, he can stop in your field and eat. The widow and the fatherless and the stranger are people are able to stop in your field and eat. That's why we ain't have beggars. That's why we ain't have beggars. You ain't have to beg me for nothing. Go in the field and eat to your field. Just don't go in there with shopping bags and start loading up and taking everything. Go there, eat to your field, and leave. Go ahead, read.
And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard.
Look, man, the key to doing these laws is not to be selfish. If you are selfish, you can't do God's law.
That's right.
I cannot be selfish, because if I'm selfish, I'm not going to consider what you think or how you feel. So if I don't consider what you think and how you feel, I would say anything to you, not worried if I offended you.
Yeah.
You remember what time with Nabal? He said he railed on the man.
Grievous words.
Grievous words. Railed on the man.
Words that are not cool.
Railed on him.
You can say things.
You choose your choice of words when you're talking to people.
That's right.
So you ain't got to say it like that, man. You don't have to do it like that, man.
Yeah,
There's a way to do it. Because God shows us the way to do things.
Yeah.
God tells us the way to do things, how to be. Go ahead, read.
And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard,
Uh-huh.
neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard.
Uh-huh. He said, don't grab every grape. And the Hebrew said, don't grab the single grapes.
Okay.
The single grapes. You done took off what you took off, but you got a grape here, grape there. My goodness, he click. He's plucking, he cleaning everything. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt leave them with the poor and stranger. I am the Lord your God.
Look, man, we don't have fields today, but we got refrigerators. We got refrigerators and cabinets. And if I think that way and move that way, I'm not gonna empty out the whole box of cereal.
Oh,
Right.
Not worried about who's behind me.
Right.
I will always think and say, well, I'm not
Not
gonna
the only
clean it.
one.
I'm not gonna take everything because I'm not the only one here. There's some people that may want some.
Yeah.
So you know what? And guess what?
Same mentality.
The children, sometimes you may run into a few children that has that mentality. You may think you may.
Yeah.
Yes, because you have some children that thinks that, well, no, I was saving some for this one.
Yeah.
Or sometimes you give him something
It's
and then he'll
well.
ask and say, what about that person? Can I give that person some?
Yeah.
Why? Because I see that with my twins. Soraya, come get some. What about Noah?
Yeah.
She's considered my brother, and I see it vice versa. Well, what about Soraya? Can I get some for Soraya?
Yeah. Not all kids.
Not all kids are like that. Most kids are selfish
Like them
and to
tease.
themselves, and then they tease you. But these things, I say that to say this: these things has to be instilled and taught to the children. When you see certain things in children and you're 11 and 12, 13, 14, you tell them, hey, come here, let me talk to you for a minute. Sit down. He said, that's the way you shouldn't be. You understand that? Yes, mama. Oh, yes, daddy. When you tap, boom, 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 be considerate of your brother. Don't tease him. If you have, he have. If you have, he has. We have to change their thinking. Because one would be doing better than one. And then he'll walk away from it and say, nah, that's the life you chose. What you mean, what life you chose? I mean, I'm not going to let you clean me out, but if I'm able to help you and do for you, by all means, help.
That's right.
Because, listen, tell you the truth, the way this world is, all we got is ourselves.
Say that again.
Brothers only got their own brothers. We got ourselves. Because the world is against you.
It's against us.
It's against you.
That's right.
And there's atrocities and deuces conniving, make you think they for you. The next thing,
They really
they'll
not.
jam you. So really, no, you can only trust. Sometimes people can't even trust family. I'm only going to trust the godly. I'm only going to trust the ones that has some type of not consideration, that has boundaries. See, in life you got to have boundaries. When people don't have boundaries, they do any and everything. They overstep themselves and do things beyond. Jam a brother, and this one would jam that person. Then this one will look at this person and despise him for his life and what he had. So we can't. This is a mentality with doing these laws. Time sheet.
You shall not steal.
Ye shall not steal.
Neither deal falsely.
Neither deal falsely. To steal means to take something that don't belong to you. Right? Deal falsely. Look, this is my mother and my father's refrigerator. He said, I would say, man, I ain't gotta ask nobody. Everything in there is mine. But I still ask. I still go and say, well, I didn't put that there. He come, and if I want something, I'm gonna ask, who owns this? Who owns it? I ain't gotta ask. I said, it's mine. He said, but who owns this? He said, so he said, oh, let me get a little bit. I'm gonna get a little bit. And then the child would say, come on, Abba. Come on, Ima. You ain't gotta ask. Take it. Take it. Hey, listen, I took boom, 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 boom. I said, man, Ima, you ain't gotta ask. Ima, you got that. It's a mentality. Children don't think that way. You got children that tell their parents that they stole from them. You have children that tell their mother and their father that they stole from them.
It's true.
But, all right, deal falsely. The word for deal falsely is kakash. Kaf, het, shin. It means to lie. Right? When you lie, there's other forms of lying. If I disappoint you, I lied. How did I disappoint you? Because I told you I would do this. I told you I would go here. And I didn't do what I said out of my mouth. I disappointed you. I didn't keep my word.
True.
So sometimes Abba used to come. He's like, yo, man, what time you coming? I said, well, Abba. I said, I ain't going to give you a time. And he laughed.
He said, you caught on. He said, you caught on.
I said, well, Abba, I ain't going to give you no time. And he cracked up. He said, yeah, I know, son. I said, but I'm coming back. I ain't going to give you the time because now I'm binding myself by this time.
Right.
But I'm coming back. It ain't going to be late. I'm coming back. He said, all right, son. All right, son. What he used to say before you leave? He said, Bizon Shaddai. I said, and I go and I respond. Ibarek Shaddai, Abba. Shalom. You leave. Go ahead, read.
Neither lie one to another.
He said, not lie one to another. By me, another amito, to a man of his people. Your own kind. Go ahead, read.
And ye shall not swear by my name falsely.
And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, read.
Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God.
Neither shalt thou profane. To profane the name of God means to make common use. And this is why we don't use and mention the name of God constantly like that. And Amos, he said, hold our tongue. He said, for we should not make mention of the name of God. So God, the Creator, have different attributes. The Most High, El Shaddai, meaning God Almighty, the Everlasting One, the Eternal One, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. All right? Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor. To defraud in the Hebrew, it means to extort. Extortion. You can't extort each other, man. Extortion is when I come to you and say, man, you got a nice business here. I want a percentage. And if I don't get this percentage, it's going to be a problem. That's extortion.
You're muscling.
That's right. What verse you at?
Verse 13.
Read.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is
The
hired
wages of him that is hired
shall not abide
shall not
with
abide with
thee
thee
all night
all night
until the morning.
until the morning. So when you have a business and you got people working in your business, this person that's working in your business has to get paid every day.
Yeah.
Every day. They didn't pay him weekly or bi-weekly or monthly. You got paid every day. At the end of the day, you got paid. Go ahead, read. Abide until the morning. Thou shalt not curse the death.
Thou shalt not curse the death, nor put a stumbling block before the blind.
Nor put a stumbling block before the blind.
But
what is a stumbling block? When you look up the word for a stumbling block, it is to cause a person to fall into iniquity, to fall into error with God. All right? Go ahead, read.
Nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear thy God. I am the Lord. You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor.
You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty. But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. So when you say you shall not respect the person of the poor, the word for respect means to be partial. Because he is my brother, or because this is my son, the judgment for this guy of what he stole has to be changed. I changed the judgment. I changed the penalty because my son is the one that did it, or because my brother did it, and I judge in his favor. That's being partial. That's not right. Well, see, the laws of God don't have friends.
That's right.
When we're dealing with these laws, friends and relatives and family goes out the window. The only thing that stands is right and wrong. I cannot tell you you're wrong and you're right. I cannot tell you you're right and you're dead wrong. That's why I pull you aside and say, yo, man, you was wrong for doing that. And the person get angry at you for you telling him that he was wrong.
Right.
Next thing you ask them, what is your reason for doing this? Why did you do this? They beat around the whole question. They beat around the whole question and go around it. You still didn't answer the question that I asked you. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer.
Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer. What is a talebearer? In the Hebrew, it says rakil. Rakil means a slander, to be a slanderer. What is a slanderer? A false oral statement about a person. You say things about people that you have no truth and no facts about. Go ahead, read.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. To stand against the blood of your neighbor, someone is after my brother. And I allow it to go down. I don't step in to stop it. I stood against him. It was in my will to stop it, to save his life. But because me and this person is not on good grounds and I don't like him, I said, man, he's to himself. And these dudes that's after him, I let it go down and he ended up getting his life taken. I stood against the blood of my neighbor.
True story.
You knew the setup.
True crimes.
Sometimes you hear it.
True crime.
Tom, see?
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart.
Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him.
See, the book tells us what's categorized as hate. So if I don't come to you and tell you where you went wrong, I don't rebuke you and tell you that you're wrong, God said, I hate you. He said, I hate you because I'm not coming to you and telling you, listen, man, you're wrong. No, besides me doing that, I'm siding with you. I said, all right, bro, that's what it is. All right, I'm with you. Why are you standing with him in this wrong? Why are you standing with him and he's dead wrong? And you know he's dead wrong. But you, why? And this is the way people is today. This is what you see with people today. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not avenge.
Thou shalt not avenge. Don't be vengeful. What is vengeful? Avenge Meaning what? Avenge. To get back. To avenge. To get back, right? Now, this guy did something. I'm being vengeful. I want to get back. I want to repay him back for what he did in spite. God said, don't do that. You don't remember when God went to King David and he stopped him from being vengeful because he was going back to wipe out everything of Nabal. But Abigail was aware. She was aware for the safety of her husband. So she knew what was going on. So she got what she had to get, met King David halfway. King David said, man, I was going to kill you too. I was going to kill everything.
You paid me
everything.
Evil.
Because you paid me evil for the good that I did to you. That's something that is despised. That's despised by man and God. Because after a while, when you read what God said, he killed Nabal. He killed him. Gave him Abigail. Abigail went to King David. That's right. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. That's consideration. When you love your neighbor as yourself, that's consider. I have to consider. When you love your neighbor as you love yourself, that's consideration. All right? You're considering that. That's why I got to consider you and you got to consider me. You can't do things to a person and then that you want done to you. And then dare the person to do it to you. No, man. If you didn't like it for yourself, why are you doing it to that person? I don't care if I have the upper power and the might to beat you, physically beat you or defeat you. I'm not going to base that on that.
David said,
that's right. That's right. And we read about that when we read about a lot of things with King David. It was in David's will and power to kill a lot of men that offended him, like Shimei. Abishai wanted to move on him. David told him and stopped him and said, listen. He said, God told him to do it. He said, God told him to do it. He said, leave him. Which means this was a man that accepted, that always had the mentality that when anything happened in his life, God made it happen. God made it happen.
That's right.
Go ahead.
You shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind.
Ye shall keep my statutes.
Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind.
Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender. The word for gender is kilayim. Kilayim. Kilayim means what? Mixture, hybrid. To gender with a diverse kind, which means the cattle, the oxes, the asses. All these things had a different living quarters. Living quarters. Had different living quarters, right?
The cows with the cows.
The cows with the cows.
Sheep with the sheep.
The sheep with the sheep. Everything was with its own God, its own kind. Okay? So
what they call species.
I never read in there, and the explanation for that is not because it's an uneven yoke.
No.
It's not, that's not.
I never read that there. The ass don't work with the ox because it's uneven.
One is stronger than the other.
One is stronger than the other. Boom, boom. If these are your explanations, then show me it in the book.
That's right.
Because what explains that more so is what? Hybrid and mixture.
That's the reason.
God forbid us to mix these animals
Mhm.
and have the ox working with the ass.
Right.
Because they didn't mix them.
They're gonna make
They're gonna mate.
Yeah.
Ass work with the ass, ox work with the ox, the sheep with the sheep, everything with its own kind. There was no gendering. No, God didn't like nothing mixed.
Nothing.
He didn't like you wearing mixed fabrics. He didn't want you mingling the seed.
Yeah.
He didn't want you mingling nothing. The holy seed, we was forbidden to mingle our seed with the manners of the people.
Right.
So now, because of that, there's no pure seed of no nation today.
fully mixed.
There's no pure seed of no nation today. Go ahead, read.
You shall keep my statutes.
Keep my statutes.
Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a
With
diverse,
a diverse
kind.
kind.
Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed.
With mingled seed.
Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen.
Neither shall a garment of mingled with linen and woolen come upon thee. Okay? It says beged sha'anetz. Sha'anetz is mixed fabrics. A garment of mixed fabrics shall not come upon thee. Okay? Yeah. Beged kilaim, a garment of mixed fabrics. Lo ya'ale aleka shall not come upon thee. Tamshi.
And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman,
Whosoever lieth carnally with a woman,
that is
that is a bondmaid. Now, a bondmaid means a slave.
That's a slave.
But when you look it up in the Hebrew, it don't mean a slave. The word for bondmaid is shifka. Shifka is a maid servant. So you had men servants and maid servants. They both was released.
They're not slaves.
They wasn't slaves. See, this was a business. If I didn't have nothing and I couldn't do things or live and do things on my own and make means, then I will leave. I will put myself and allow myself to be a manservant.
So
Right?
That was the job.
Right, that was the job. And I will serve for 7 years. And when I leave at the end of that 7 years, guess what? I get furnished with everything that is in the flock, and I'm able to fend for myself. But that was like a business. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to a husband, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall be
Now,
scourged.
whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a maidservant, betrothed to a husband. Now, the maidservant was betrothed to a man already. She was promised to a man. She was engaged to a man, right? Right? And not at all redeemed. She wasn't free yet, right? She shall be scourged. In the Hebrew, it don't mean scourge. Scourge means investigation, inquiry shall be made, right? They shall not be put to death because she was not free. Now, this is the law of a maidservant. A maidservant. If she's betrothed and engaged and she cohabitate and have sex with another man, then the maidservant don't get put to death because she wasn't redeemed. She wasn't free. But if you are not a maidservant and you are a woman that is engaged to a man and you cohabitate and have sex with a man besides the guy that you are engaged to, then guess what? That's a death penalty. You gotta die. Tamshi.
And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Lord for his sin which he had done, and for the sin which he had done shall be forgiven him.
Read.
And when ye shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then you shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised.
Uncircumcised means you don't touch. You don't touch it.
Don't pick it up.
Right? Go ahead, read.
3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you.
3 years. The first, second, and third year, you don't touch it. Right? Go ahead.
It shall not be eaten of.
Can't be eaten from it.
But in the 4th year,
in the 4th year,
all the fruit thereof shall be holy.
Before I eat from it, now I gotta give in the 4th year tithes. you give that up to God. Now, these are fruits and things that you don't burn on the altar. You give to God by giving to the priests. Read.
But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord withal.
Read.
And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. You shall not eat anything with the blood.
You shall not eat anything with the blood. Okay? This is why it's very important when you're eating meat, you must get the blood out.
Well done.
You must get the blood out. If you're cooking burgers, you don't cook it well done, because if you cook it well done, the blood is still in there. You have to soak that meat out. Why we have to soak it? Because the blood is congealed and has been frozen inside that meat. So now I have to soak it to get all that blood out, and it takes a while. The only way to be eating meat right away, I have to make a fresh kill.
Yes, sir.
You make a fresh kill the way it's according to the standards, the way God has shown us, and you hang that dude upside down and drain that blood out. Then that's the only time that meat was able to be consumed that first day in one day.
Eat meat out of a restaurant, you eat blood.
That's right.
Automatically.
Go ahead, read.
Neither shall ye use enchantment.
Neither shall you use enchantments, which is nakash, means divination, right? Augury. Divination or augury. Augury is predicting the future. Predicting the future, especially by omen. So you can't predict, what's my future? We didn't do those things. Divination, seeking knowledge of the future or the unknown by supernatural means. Go ahead, read.
Nor observe times.
No observed times, Hamshi.
You shall not round the corners of your head.
Yeah, this is the part I want to get to. Ye shall not round the corners of your head. And people have a problem going into the Hebrew with this. You know why they have a problem going into the Hebrew?
Because they want
in the Hebrew, it tells you, don't cut your head. You got brothers that's bald.
Yeah.
We should not have Hebrew Israelites that's with bald heads. Why do I have my 11 and 10-year-old son sitting in a barber shop? The child is 8 years old. He can't make his own decisions. You decide for him, but you have him in the barber shop. Now, to round your head, that was a Hamitic custom, an African custom. When you shape your head, that rounding started from when the child was a baby. There's no shape in my head. My head already got its shape, and I'm a grown man. I'm not grown no more. You can only shape a child's head that's still growing. That's still growing. Okay? The word for round is takripu. Takripu is quipa. It means to skim off. You should not skim off or what?
Neither shall thou mar the corners of thy beard.
Go back.
You shall not round the
You
corners
should not
of your head.
skim. Round, it means quipa. It means to skim off the what? You should not round
of your head.
the corners. The word for corners is payat. Payat is a side section, lock, or curl, which means I can't skim off no part of hair of my head. Read.
Neither shall thou mar the corners
So
of thy
mar
beard.
means to corrupt. Tashkit. Neither shall you corrupt what? The side section, lock, or curl of your beard. Zekwaneka. It don't say safam. Okay? Safam is your mustache. Zekwaneka is your beard. 2 Samuel chapter 19 verse 24 shows you that when Mephibosheth, he said Mephibosheth trimmed his beard. In the Hebrew, it don't say beard, it says he didn't trim his mustache. All right, go ahead.
You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead.
Any cuttings in your flesh for the dead. Read.
Nor print.
What verse is that?
Verse 28.
28. You shall not make any cuttings in the flesh for the dead.
Nor print any marks upon you. I am the Lord.
Nor print any marks upon you. Uktobet kwa means writing tattoos. That's marking your skin. God forbid us to have any tattoos. and no tattoos. We can't mark our skin. This is why when you need a number or you're trying to write a number down, I won't take a pen and write and mark my skin to put a number on my skin.
Yeah, right.
No, before I mark my skin, I write it on my clothes.
Mhm.
Before I mark my skin, I write it on my clothes. Tamshi.
Nor print any marks upon you, I am the Lord. Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore.
He said, don't prostitute your daughter to cause her to be a whore. You don't give your daughter up to be a prostitute to sell herself. You don't do that. You know where all the prostitutes and the women that sold themselves for money and did all that? Those was women of other nations. Because God forbid the children of Israel to allow their daughters to prostitute themselves. That was a means of business too. You had women that prostituted themselves for money. You had women that did that, but you never found a Hebrew woman, an Israelite woman that prostituted themselves. We was forbidden to do those things. Now, was they all the way right with God? No, they wasn't all the way right with God. They wasn't all the way right with God. They did certain things that angered God. That's why we in the predicament we are now. Okay? He said, ye shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary, I am the Lord. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am the Lord. Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head. Hoary means white all over. The word for hoary is Seba. Seba means gray-headed. The gray head. You have to rise up before the gray head and honor the face of the old man and fear thy God. I am the Lord. Now, I don't rise up for every gray-headed man. Not because you gray-headed. See, when you read here and there, he said, if it's found in the path of righteousness, that's what I accept. So, because you got old, gray-headed people, that's evil.
That's right.
I'm not rising for you and giving you that respect. I'm not doing that. He said, and if a stranger sojourn within your land, you shall. All right, let's cut all this. Let's go to Proverbs. Let's go to Proverbs. Proverbs chapter 8. Let's go to Proverbs chapter 8. Let me know when y'all got it. Got it? Proverbs chapter 8. Now, let me go there so I can read it. He said, doth not wisdom cry? Doth not wisdom cry? Wisdom is a loving spirit. Wisdom is a spirit that governs your steps with God. Wisdom is a spirit, that good spirit that comes to you and say, maybe you shouldn't be doing this. Maybe you shouldn't do this. Maybe you should do this. Don't walk there. Stay away from that. Wisdom is what guides the feet of the saints of God. Because wisdom departs from a deceitful soul. A person that lives in wickedness and evil and do things that is contrary to what God says, you're not going to have wisdom. And wisdom ain't going to come to you to tell you, well, the right thing to do. That's what wisdom does. Okay? He said, does not wisdom cry out and understanding put forth her voice? He said, she's standing in the top of high places, right? By the way, in the place of the paths. She cried at the gates, at the entry of the city, at the coming in at the doors. Unto you, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of man. He said, "Oh, ye simple." Right? Simple. What is simple? Look up the word simple. A simple person, easily understood or done. I won't have a hard time explaining this to a person that is simple-minded. Why I said simple-minded? Because he or she doesn't have the experience of here, experience in this, experience in that, experience in this over here, experience in this over here. He or she has experience in everything. And here you go trying to explain something to them, but they got so much knowledge of everything that is wrong, they can't discern whether it's right what you're telling them or not. And then they begin to make comparisons with this and everything else. That's why I said when you come to serve God, you got to come with a clear mind. You got to relinquish and forget about everything else. Right? Now, presenting no difficulty. Right? Plain, basic, and not complicated. That's a simple person. He's not hard to deal with. It said, "Oh, ye simple, understand wisdom, and ye fools, be ye of an understanding heart." He said, "Here, for I will speak of excellent things." The word for excellent is negid, noble or princely things. Right? I will speak of no. That's why we got to watch our conversations and the things that we speak about. Because some things that we speak about in our conversations is not very likable by God. Okay, we got to watch our conversations. Right? He said, because what? He said, "And the opening of my lips shall be right things, shall be just things, honest things, pleasing things." There's certain things that we say out of our mouth we shouldn't say.
That's right.
There's some things that we say out of our mouth we should not be mentioning and talking about. Okay? Now, he said, "For my mouth shall speak truth, and wickedness is an abomination to my lips." Which means you are on point with yourself and what you're conversating about, what you're talking about. All right? He said, "All the words of my mouth are in righteousness. There is nothing froward in them." Okay? What is froward? Froward is perverse or tortuous.
Yeah.
Perverse meaning contrary, opposite, corrupt. Tortuous is indirect or deceitful or crooked. Okay? He said, okay, there's nothing torturous or froward in them. He said, "They are all plain to him that understand it, and right to them that find it knowledge." He said, "Receive my instructions, accept my instructions, and not silver," which means accept the instructions of God above money. Accept what is instructions? The laws of God.
Yeah.
Don't put money above the laws of God. Don't put money above his laws. He said, "Receive my instructions above money, above silver, and knowledge rather than choice gold." When you go into the Hebrew, it says, "With da'at, mekarut, nibkar." Your diligence, you would choose. Your diligence that you have in you, you would choose knowledge. And in order to choose knowledge and in your diligence, it requires discipline. It requires discipline in order to choose the things that is lawful and right by God.
Right.
You got to discipline yourself. We got to discipline ourselves. Come, see? No. He said, "For wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to it." He said, "Our wisdom dwell with prudence." What is prudence? Prudence means to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning. I govern and discipline myself by the use of reasoning. What is my reasoning? With the reasoning of God.
with the reasoning of the laws and the commandments, that the knowledge of these laws, commandments, and statutes, right? It said, and found out knowledge of crafty inventions. The fear of the Lord. What is the fear of the Lord? It's to hate evil, despise evil, right? Despise evil, pride, arrogancy, and the evil way. The book shows us all that. What is pride? What is arrogancy? What is evil? Evil is when it's contrary and opposite to what God says. Okay? It says, and the froward mouth. The froward mouth is what? Tahipuko. The froward mouth means what? To turn, to change, perversion, right? Altering from the original course. Altering means changing from the standards that God has set up. Okay? He said, counsel and advice is mine. That's wisdom. Wisdom counsels. Wisdom gives you advice. He said, and sound wisdom. I am understanding. I have strength. He said, by me kings reign and princes decree justice. By me princes rules and nobles, even all the judges of the earth. I love them that love me, and those that seek me early shall find me.
Okay.
Riches and honor are with me, durable riches and righteousness. My fruit is better than gold.
That's right.
Wisdom is, right? He said, yeah, then fine gold, and my revenues than choice silver. It's talking about wisdom. He said, I lead in the way of righteousness. Wisdom will not lead you in the way of righteousness if we continue to transgress and break God's laws. All right? He said, in the midst of the path of judgment. He said, that I may cause those that love me to inherit substance, and I will fill their treasures. The Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way. Now we get into it. What is the beginning of God's way? What way is that talking about? He said God possessed him in the beginning of his way. During the creation. During the creation. During the creation. God, when God created the heavens and the earth and everything, he had to create all this in wisdom. It took wisdom to say, well, hey, if I'm going to create humans and people to live on earth, they can't live in water. So I got to put a separation. I got to put land. I got to make it habitable for people to live on. That's wise. I got to make light because we're not creatures where we can see in the dark. He said, the Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. I was set up from everlasting, from the beginning, or ever the earth was. Before the earth was, wisdom was there. See what was there? See what was there before the earth? Wisdom. He said, when there were no depths, I was brought forth. When there were no fountains abounding with water, before the mountains were settled, before the hills was brought forth, while as yet he had not made the earth, nor the fields, nor the highest part of the dust of the earth. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the depths, when he established the clouds above, when he strengthened the fountains of the deep, when he gave to the sea his decree that the waters should not pass his commandment, when he appointed the foundation of the earth. Notice when you at that beach, and that water, the wave, I don't care how high that wave come up.
It stops.
It stops at an appointed time. Comes in and then goes right back. That's the commandment of God, man.
Yeah.
God done commanded that water that, listen, this down here don't pass. Don't pass it. Don't pass it. And that water, all these things hearken to God, man. Hearkens to God.
That's right.
He said, then I was by, what was that? Okay. Then I was by him as one brought up with him. And I was daily his delights, rejoicing always before him, rejoicing in the habitable parts of the earth. Wisdom is in the habitable parts of the earth. One place wisdom is not at is Alaska. Why I say that? Because Alaska has 6 months of dark and 6 months of light. I can't sleep for 6 months.
Right.
And when the Sabbath come in this part of the time, it's gonna be the same. I would never move to Alaska. That's not wise. But you had people that lived there. You had people that lived there. 6 months of light and 6 months of dark.
Yeah.
Okay, let's cut that. Let's cut that and go to Psalms 119. Go to Psalms 119. Got it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way, who walk in the law of the Lord.
Blessed are the undefiled. The undefiled is temime. Temime means the innocent, the complete, the faultless. That's who's blessed. You are blessed when you are faultless with God. You are blessed when you're complete and whole and innocent with God. Now you are blessed. Now I can say that I'm blessed because I'm faultless with God. I'm faultless with God. Now, what is blessed? Blessed means to speak gratefully of. When you speak gratefully of something, you speak good about it. Why am I speaking good about something that God hates and despises? Why? Someone come and tell me, hey, have a Merry or a Happy Christmas. You're not going to hear me say, well, you have a Happy and Merry Christmas too. I said, first thing, I don't care if you're straight. Well, ma'am, thank you, but I don't celebrate Christmas. I'm sorry.
That's right.
Ma'am, excuse me, I don't celebrate Easter. Or maybe I may just ignore you. Most of the time I ignore, hey, Happy Easter. I'm walking fast as hell trying to get away from you. I don't know what you're talking about. Happy Easter, please. All right. I respond to you. All right, you have a good day. I said, all right, you have a good day. Keep moving. What? He said to grant prosperity and happiness upon. Joshua and Caleb followed God wholly, 100%, which means all corners were covered. Everything was covered. Okay, go ahead, read.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies.
Blessed are they that keeps the testimonies of God, that keeps the laws of God. Now you're blessed. How am I blessed and I'm at fault with God? And I sin presumptuously. And I do as I please with God. We cannot put ourselves above God, man. I don't care how tired I am, man. I don't care how tired I am. Or I didn't get no sleep. I'm coming and I'm congregating because this is my duty before God.
That's right.
After I complete my duty, then you know what? I'm going to go lay down and relax. Now I can relax. Now because what? I have not put myself above what God commanded me to do. This is my duty. I got to accomplish this. Go ahead, Tom C.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies.
And that seek him with the whole heart.
And that seeks him with your whole heart. Tom C. Read.
They also do no iniquity.
They also do no iniquity.
They walk in his ways.
They walk in his ways. Those are what? It's talking about the blessed. A person or a man that is blessed. A person that is blessed, they not going to sin presumptuously. They're not going to do things not knowing that it's ungodly and wrong for me to do it. Go ahead, read.
Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently.
Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently.
Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes. Then shall I not be ashamed.
He said, oh, that my ways was directed to keep thy statutes. He said, then what?
Then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments.
He said, once I start to keep the ways of God, I won't be ashamed. I won't be ashamed of what I'm doing, how I'm living. He said, now then and only then I will have respect unto all of the commandments, all of God's laws. Tom C.
I will praise thee with uprightness of heart. when I shall have learned thy righteous judgment.
I will praise thee. I will praise thee with uprightness of heart. The word for respect is nun beit tet. It means to look, means to direct your attention to. It means to be mindful of God. So if I'm mindful of the Most High, I'm mindful of if I offend God, if I do things that is contrary or opposite to what God says. So this is self-work. I gotta always tell myself I must be mindful of what I do. I gotta be on point of my actions and what I say and how I think. Go ahead, read.
I will keep thy statutes. Oh, forsake me not utterly.
He said, I will keep your statutes. He said, don't forsake me utterly.
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way?
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way? The word for cleanse, he said, how can a man clean his ways? In the Hebrew is zakeh. It means to attain. How can I attain his ways? Attain whose ways? The ways of God. How can I attain the ways of God? How can I acquire the ways of God? By doing what?
By taking heed thereto.
By taking heed to what?
According to thy word.
Okay, by taking heed to God's words. By taking heed to the words of God, I will attain his ways. Tamshi.
With my whole heart have I sought thee. Oh, let me not wander from thy commandments.
King David asked God, he said, with my whole heart have I sought thee. I'm seeking God with 100%. With my whole heart, he said, oh, let me not wander. Don't allow me to stray away. Don't allow me to err or stray away from your commandments, from your laws. Tamshi.
Thy word have I hid in my heart, that I might not sin against thee. Blessed art thou, O Lord, teach me thy statutes. With my lips have I declared all the judgments of thy mouth. I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies, as much as in all riches. I will meditate in thy precepts.
I will meditate in thy precepts.
And have respect unto thy ways.
Now, meditate, asika, means to discuss or to talk, right? Now, isn't that what we read in the law where it says in Deuteronomy 6:4, you shall talk of them when you sit in the house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up? That's supposed to be our conversation day and night, every day. Because these things is what keeps me on point. It keeps my mind on God so that I don't violate and sin presumptuously, because I'm talking about it. Anything that you talk about every minute, I'm not going to forget. You'll be more mindful of it if I'm talking about it. Go ahead, read.
I will delight myself in thy statutes. I will not
I will
forget thy
delight
word.
myself in thy statutes. Be happy to congregate on the day, on the Sabbath day. Be happy with the new moons and the feast of unleavened bread and all these appointed times that God has ordained comes around. But people become sad, stressed out, aggravated, especially on Shabbat. Why? Because the TV's got to go off. There's no music going on. Everything is quiet. It's shut down.
That's right.
Everything is shut down. But I'm not aggravated because I'm doing what I love to do, which is studying. I enjoy reading with my dictionaries and studying and finding out new things that God has shown me in that book. I'm never bored on a Friday night.
No.
Sometimes I'm sitting down in the living room before sunset with my books open because I've done everything that I need to do and I don't have nothing else to do. But wait on that sunset to drop. Then I go set up my prayers and go back and sit and read, play my songs of praises to God and stay in that zone. It's a zone. It's a type of thinking. It's a zone that you have to put yourself into. You got to put yourself in that zone. So when you put yourself into that zone, I'm not thinking about bills, rent,
That's right.
this,
That's
the
right.
other, this,
Right.
the other. It's time to get off that.
Yeah.
Because it ain't about me and how I feel about whatever situation that I'm thinking about.
That's
It's
right.
about God now. So I put my mind on God.
That's right.
I put my mind on this.
That's right.
Keep my mind on this. Read.
Yeah.
I will delight myself in thy statutes. I will not forget thy word.
Time sheet.
Deal bountifully with thy servant, that I may live. And keep thy
Deal
word.
with thy servant that I may live. Yeah, well, God, King David asked God to deal with me. Because if God don't deal with me and show me, how I'm not gonna know. If God didn't deal with you and show you, God is the one that opened your eyes
That's
to
right.
certain things in
That's
this
right.
book,
Baruch
so that
Hashem.
you can better yourself with God.
Baruch Hashem.
God opened your eyes to certain things in here.
Yeah.
So he's asking God to deal with him. Open my eyes to your laws and your commandments and your statutes. Tamshi.
Open thou mine eyes, that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law. I am a stranger in the earth. Hide not thy commandments from me.
He said, I'm a stranger in the earth. He said, hide not my commandments from me.
My soul breaketh for the longing.
My spirit is broken. For what?
For the longing.
For the
that
longing,
it
for the
hath-
desire, that what?
That it hath unto thy
That it
judgments
had unto my judgments
at all times.
at all times.
Praise thee. Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that's cursed. You see what you see who are cursed?
The proud.
The proud. When you look up proud, it means presumptuous. It don't mean proud.
No.
So a presumptuous person is cursed by God. Didn't I say throughout this whole time, the key to being perfect with God is not to sin presumptuously? Because when we sin presumptuously with God, we are cursed. You're cut off and you're cursed. Go ahead, read.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed.
Now, hold up. Now, when you're presumptuous, what happens? You overstep your boundaries. When you're presumptuous, you overstep your boundaries. You go over that line. What is the boundaries? What is it that you bound yourself by? The laws of God. God said, thou shalt not steal, don't rob, don't deceive. I get desperate, I go and rob somebody to take something. I overstep my boundaries. I am presumptuous. We cannot overstep our boundaries when it's dealing with God. You take freedom in violation the Most High laws willfully. Go ahead.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed,
which do err from thy commandments.
Which do err from thy commandments. You have rebuked the proud that are cursed, that what?
Which do err from thy commandments. Remove from me reproach and contempt.
Remove from me reproach. Remove from me reproach and contempt. Right? What is reproach and what is contempt? Reproach means what? To express disappointment in or displeasure in. When you express disappointment in God, oh, I don't like this law. I don't think that's right. I don't think he should say, I don't think God should say this. I don't think this, I don't accept that. Sometimes I look at the person, I'm afraid for your words. Because look, God, there was a part of here where I already said God was angry with a man's voice. Angry with your voice because you done said something out your mouth that ought not to be said.
That's right.
Everything here is accepted by God, what you read. And when you voice your disapproval and your disagreement with what you read here, then that is reproach. You are reproaching God. And what David said, King David said, remove far from me reproach and contempt. Okay? Now, to express disappointment and or displeasure. Displeasure is a feeling of disapproval. You start to stir up feelings of disapproving, disagreeing with God, right? Disappoint, fail to fulfill the hopes or expectation All right? We had no reason to be reproachful to the Most High. None. Now, what is contempt? A feeling that a person is not worthy to be considered. Those are the two things that God said, that King David said, to remove far from him. Okay? Go ahead, read.
For I have kept thy testimonies.
He said, remove these things from me. He said, because I did keep your testimonies. Yeah, I did keep your laws. Tom, see, read.
Princes also did and sit and speak against me. But thy servant did meditate in thy statutes.
He said, princes spoke against me. He said, but I didn't go and sit against them and talk against them. He said, the more they spoke about me, the more I went and I meditated in your laws. Let them continue to talk. Let them continue to do what they do. Let them continue to be spiteful. Let them continue to do this over here. All your repayments, you get into what God said. You get into these laws. And guess who's going to take care of that? God. God's going to take care of that. That's right, Tom C.
Thy testimonies also are my delight and my counselors.
You see, your testimonies is what I delight in, and that's what counsels me. Yeah. I don't have a counselor. The counselor that I had was my father. My father's gone. So you know what counsels me now? My knowledge about what God says.
Yeah.
I know, and I know enough of what I should be doing and what I shouldn't be doing.
Right.
What God accepts and what God don't accept.
That's right.
I make sure to keep my mind on these laws. So it comes to my mind. I say, well, I can't move that way because it's not godly.
That's right.
Yes, it comes to my mind to do this and do the other, but I backtrack and pull back and say, wait, it's not godly. I got to turn from it. Go ahead, read.
My soul cleaveth unto the dust. Quicken thou me according to thy word.
My soul cleaveth unto the dust. Quicken thou me according to thy word.
Quicken me.
When your soul is to the dust, you're dead. David said, my soul cleave it to the dust.
Right.
The next one said, he said, quicken thou me according to thy word. You know what quicken means? And when you look it up in the Hebrew, it's kayeni. Kayeni means to revive. Revive me. Cause me to come to life. Restore life back to me. You think it's a game? You think we're not going to receive these good things and these laws when we do the things that is lawful and right? I strongly believe that if we live right according to these laws, guess what? Guess what? You're going to live. You're going to live.
Is it to animate?
To animate.
To fill with life again.
Tom C.
My soul cleaveth unto the dust. Quicken thou me according to thy word.
Now, people don't believe that. They say, oh, it's metaphor.
So
if it's metaphor, then you need to read the book because it's all inside the book. It's all David speaks about God quickening him all the time.
It's all over the book.
All the time.
How you get gathered to your people when you die?
It speaks about the reward of the righteous. What is the reward of the righteous? It ain't here. I've been living my life according to these laws all my life. Now there comes a time where I died. I ain't get no reward. I struggled. I went through pain. I went through hell. And I died in that. What is the reward? Where is it? It's not in this life, man. It's not here. And when you read the book, it's all through the book. Go ahead.
I have declared my ways, and thou heardest me. Teach me thy statutes. Make me to understand the way of thy precepts. So shall I talk of thy wondrous works. My soul melted for heaviness. Strengthen thou me according unto thy word. Remove from me the way of lying.
Remove from me the way of lying.
Yeah.
See what King David asked God to remove that from me. Don't cause me to be a liar.
Mhm.
That's something that we need to be asking God.
That's right.
Remove that
Yeah.
from him. And then when
Right.
you're asking God that, you got to work on yourself.
Yourself.
Well, I asked God it.
Yeah.
No, you got to work on yourself too.
That's right.
You guys, it takes work with a person to do these things,
Mhm.
to become better with God.
That's right.
He's saying, grant me thy law graciously.
I have chosen the way of truth. Thy judgments have I laid before me. I have stuck unto thy testimonies. O Lord, put me not
Put
to
me
shame.
not to shame.
I will run the way of thy commandments.
I will run the way of thy commandments. To run means to move in a particular direction. My direction and my path will be chosen by the laws, by the commandments, by the laws of God, which means there's certain paths and certain directions I want to move in that manner. Because if I move in that manner, I'll be offending God.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
When thou shalt enlarge my heart.
Go to 2 Samuel chapter 12. 2 Samuel chapter 12.
Chapter 12. And the Lord sent Nathan unto David, and he came unto him.
And the Lord sent Nathan unto David. You know who Nathan was? Nathan was a prophet of God. That's who Nathan was. Nathan was a prophet of God. Right? Go ahead.
And he came unto him and said unto him, there were two men in one city, the one rich and the other poor.
This is a mentality. I told you already. To do these laws, it takes a certain type of mentality. All right? He said there was what? There were two men in the city.
Two men.
One rich and the other poor.
The rich man had exceeding many flocks and herds.
The rich man had exceeding flocks and herds. The rich man had a lot of flocks. Had a lot of flocks. And the poor man had what?
Nothing.
Had nothing.
Save one little
See, one
lamb.
little ewe.
One lamb. One young lamb.
One young lamb. So you had two people. One was rich with exceeding a lot of flocks. One only had one little lamb. Okay, go ahead, read.
Which he had bought
Which
and
he
nourished
bought
up.
and he nourished.
And it grew up together with him.
And he grew up together with him.
And with his children.
And with his children.
It did eat of his own meat.
It ate of his own meat.
It drank of his own cup.
It drank of his own cup.
And lay in his bosom.
Mm-hmm.
And was unto him as a daughter.
Unto him as a daughter.
And there came a traveler unto the rich man.
The traveler came unto the rich man.
And he spared to take of his own flock.
He spared. He didn't have pity. He didn't have compassion. Isn't this two of the characteristics of God?
Yeah.
He said he's he's a compassionate God. He's a God with pity. He's a merciful God. That devil don't have mercy and pity and compassion. He don't. And even in our wrongdoing, when we do things to offend God, he still had mercy on us while we sin and go against him. Still. Because his mercy endures forever, and he multiplies his mercy and increases mercy. Because if he didn't, we'll all be destroyed.
Mhm.
He will wipe everybody out to 1,000 generations. Go ahead.
And there came a traveler unto the rich man, and he spared to take of his own flock.
He spared to take of his own flock
And of his own herd.
and of his own herd. Now this dude, he didn't take of his own
I
flock.
didn't want to use my own.
He was rich, though. He had it. But he said, you know what? This was a God that wanted to save his and use yours. That mentality we cannot have.
That's right.
That mentality, you see that in children
That's really
and
in them.
grown-ups.
That's really in them.
Children will have theirs, they come eat up the other child stuff and then pull theirs out.
You can't have it.
And then when they come and ask you, you hold it back. Like when you see these things in children, you got to correct it. You got to address it and cut that out. Nip it in the bud. Because these are ways that God hates. Grown-ups got that mentality.
Yes, they do.
Grown-ups.
Worse than the kids.
Worse than the kids. So this rich man that had all this flock, he didn't take from his flock. He went and took from the poor man's flock. He only had one. He only had one. Go ahead, read.
But took the poor man's lamb
Took the poor man's
and
land.
dressed it for the man that was come to him. And David's anger was greatly kindled
King
against
David
him.
got angry.
And he said to Nathan, as the Lord liveth, the man that had done this thing shall surely die.
Remember now, King David got the mentality and the heart of God. That was the only man that God said that man had the what eye? The bountiful eye. Had a heart like me.
Yeah.
That's right.
He thought when you have a
Consider.
heart like God,
Yeah.
your thinking pattern is just like God. You think
Selfless.
like God. He was selfless. It was not all about King David. He was more for the people.
Right.
He thought about the people. He thought about the welfare of the people. Go ahead, read.
And he shall restore the lamb fourfold
Uh-huh.
because he did this thing and because he had no
He
pity.
said he shall restore the land fourfold
Because he did this thing
because he did this thing,
and because he had no pity.
because he had no pity.
No heart.
He had no heart, no remorse. He didn't feel sorry
Listen,
for him.
man. Let me not do that.
Yeah.
Close one.
No remorse, no sorrow, nothing. Go ahead.
And Nathan said to David, thou art the man.
He said, man, you the man. He said, you did it. Now he's going to explain to him what he did. Go ahead.
Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, I anointed thee king over
He
Israel,
said, I anointed thee king over Israel. Read.
and I delivered thee out of the hand of Saul. And
I delivered you out the hand of Saul. Saul chased the man all over Jerusalem. Chased the man, chased the man, chased the man. King David went to his son Jonathan. He said, man, what iniquity did I do to your father that got this man chasing me?
You could kill me right now.
He said, he went to his son. He said, if you find any sin in me, you kill me.
Right now.
But the reason why Saul was chasing him to kill him was to substantiate the kingship within his line.
David was a threat.
Because Saul already knew. God already told Saul that he rent the kingdom. He took the kingdom away from him and gave it to his neighbor.
He said that is better.
That's better than you. He knew it was David. And he went to Jonathan. He said, as long as David lived, he said, you ain't going to get the kingship. You ain't going to get it, man. So he chased David trying to kill him.
Yeah.
David ran from him. Ran from him. You know what it takes to run from a person?
Man.
That takes utmost humbleness.
Yeah.
That man
He
had
goon.
1,000. He was,
Goon.
He ran because he wanted to.
yeah. He was humble.
Not because he
Because
had
of God.
He was humble.
Ran.
He didn't have to run.
He didn't have to.
He ran because that was his decision. Because he could have took King Saul and his men.
Yes.
But he
Easily.
ran because he was humbled.
Right.
He was humble and he
That's
considered
right. That's
that
right.
that is King Saul is the king.
God's
He
anointed.
said, no, that's God's anointed. He said, I'm not going to put my hands on the anointed, on the king that God anointed. So he ran.
Right.
So he ran. And that's the mentality. That mentality, man. Go ahead, read.
And I gave thee thy master's house
I gave thee thy master's house
and thy master's wives
and thy master's
into
wives.
thy bosom.
What verse you at?
Verse 8.
Go ahead.
And gave thee the house of Israel and of Judah. And if that had been too little, I would moreover have given unto thee such and such things.
He said, man, if you wanted more, then I would have gave you more.
Wherefore hast thou despised the commandment of the Lord? to
He
do
said,
evil in his sight?
wherefore hast thou despised the commandment of God
To do evil in his sight.
in his sight?
Thou hast killed Uriah the Hittite with the
Okay,
sword.
in the Hebrew, it said, wherefore hast thou despised the commandment of God to do evil in the eyes of Uriah? He did evil to Uriah. Sent out letters, put him in the forefront of the battle, then retreated and left him to himself. Joab said, man, if it had not been the king's commandment, he said, man, Joab fought hard. Those men were professional swordsmen. And you was able to leave one man in the midst of 1,000 swordsmen.
It was like TV.
And it won't be touched.
Like the movies now.
Just like the movies now, and won't be touched.
One
They
of
had
you
to kill
chase a
Uriah the Hittite with archers, bow and arrow,
Yeah.
from long range because he couldn't touch it.
It was
Couldn't be touched.
untouchable, man.
It was
God
nice
said,
with that
one
sword.
of you gonna chase 100.
It was nice with that sword, man. Go ahead, read.
Thou hast killed Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and hast taken his wife to be thy wife, and hast slain him with the sword of the children of Ammon. Now therefore the sword
You see that? You see what God said? He said, man, you slain him with the sword of the children of Ammon. Which means what? I cannot allow nations or other nations to move on my people.
That's correct. You
Can't allow that.
at all.
Because God didn't like it. I don't care what me and you have. But if I hear that the outsider is against you, I gotta come and let you know, and I'm gonna stand with you.
That's right.
1,000%.
You gonna get an addy up?
All I gotta do is see fringes. That's all I gotta do is see fringes. Wait a minute. I'm gonna walk. Yo, what's up? What camp you go to? You have a problem? I'm siding with you. I ain't gotta know you.
Can't hire a heathen.
I ain't gotta know you. I'm not bringing no. I'm not. Go ahead, read.
Now therefore the sword shall never depart from thine house.
Now this is why that went down in the house of David. Because God has appointed the sword to be in this house. If God would not have put that in this house, guess what? Absalom would have never chased him. Amnon would have not out of no place grew desire for Tamar. None of that would have happened. Adonijah would not have conspired against his father to get the kingship. None of that would have happened. All that was ordained by God because of what King David did. Go ahead, read.
Now therefore the sword shall never depart from thine house, because thou hast despised me, and hast taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be thy wife. Thus saith the Lord, behold, I will raise up evil against thee out of thine own house, and I will take thy wives before thine eyes, and give them unto thy neighbor, and he shall lie with thy wives in the sight of this sun. But thou didst it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and before the sun. And David said unto Nathan,
look what David said. What he said?
I have sinned against the
This
Lord.
is what we have a problem doing. We have a problem acknowledging our fault with God. We have a problem acknowledging that you was wrong, that we was wrong. Why is it so hard? See, it takes an upright man has that quality. When a man is upright and just, he's able to acknowledge his fault. He's able to acknowledge when he's wrong with God and with man and with people. And once he passes up, you know what? I'm sorry, man. I apologize. I was wrong. I was wrong. Upright people and just people is able to do that. Go ahead, read.
And Nathan said unto David, the Lord also had put away thy sin.
Ooh.
Thou shalt not die.
Ooh, you hear what he said? That is a heavy verse right there, and there's so much in that verse. You hear what he said? He said, what? The Lord has also erased, has put away your iniquity.
Thou shalt not die.
He said, don't worry about
You
it.
never did it, man.
Don't worry about it. Thou shalt not
You
die.
never did it.
But guess what? What death? What dying? What do you mean by that? Is David still alive?
No, he died.
God said, thou shalt not die.
God ain't alive.
The prophet told him, he said, thou shalt not die. He said, but he died. So now do your thinking now.
What kind of death he talking?
Think, what death is he talking about? It ain't talking about the death of the flesh, physical death. It's not talking about the physical death. Like Pops always said, he said, you're just
You're just changing planes.
You're changing planes. You're transforming from the physical to the spiritual.
That's it.
They call it dimension.
That's right. That's right. Now, when God institute and say, well, and condemn you by death now, your spirit is not accepted now. Won't be accepted by God.
He will destroy it.
Your spirit will be destroyed.
You die in the spirit.
That's right. Tom Street.
Howbeit, because by this deed thou hast given great occasion to the enemies of the Lord to blaspheme.
You hear that? He said, because you did this, you are giving a great occasion to the people to talk against me, to blaspheme my name.
because you
So the
represent
things that I do in my life, I represent God.
That's right.
I represent God. We represent God. So what we do out in the street, we can cause other
It
people
reflects.
Yeah.
to talk
Yeah.
against the Creator.
Yeah.
And your parents.
And what? And your parents.
And your parents.
And your parents. Go ahead, read.
The child also that is born unto thee shall surely die.
The child also that you got from that child got to go. That child got to die. Go ahead, read.
And Nathan departed unto his house.
Nathan departed from his house.
And the Lord struck the child.
The Lord struck the
That
child.
Uriah's wife bare unto David, and it was very sick.
Very sick.
David therefore besought God for the child. And David fasted.
Besought, requested, he begged, he prayed. Read.
And David fasted and went in and lay all night upon the earth. And the elders of his house arose and went to him to raise him up from the earth, but he would not. Neither did he eat bread with them. And it came to pass on the seventh day that the child died. And the servants of David feared to tell him that the child was dead. But they said, Behold, while the child was yet alive, we spake unto him, and he would not hearken unto our voice. How will he then vex himself if we tell him that the child is dead? But when David saw that his servants whispered, David perceived that the child was dead. Therefore David said unto his servants, Is the child dead? And they said, He is dead. And David arose from the earth and washed and anointed himself and changed his apparel and came into the house of the Lord and worshiped. Then he came to his own house, and when he required, they set bread before him, and he did eat. Then said his servants unto him, What thing is this that thou hast
So,
done?
man, what's this you did, man? You was just fasting and praying and laying on the earth. Go ahead.
Thou didst fast and weep for the child while it was alive. But when the child was dead, thou didst rise and eat bread. And he said,
You know why? They didn't expect him to get up and eat bread and wash himself and anoint himself. You know what they expected? To get him to be
get
more
mourn,
crying,
to
to
mourn.
mourn. He said, oh, he's
Die.
dead. And
Yeah,
just go in and die and start crying.
he dead. It's a wrap.
Doesn't that strike something in your head?
Yes,
Don't
sir.
cry.
Doesn't that strike something in your head?
Yes, sir.
When he did that video, he said, listen, man. He said, I don't know the day of my death. He said, but when I die, man, he said, don't cry. He said, because when you cry, he said, you showing God that you don't
He
accept
said,
it.
It's the sentence of
He
God.
said, it's the sentence of God. He said, don't cry, man. I know you're going to miss me. I know all this, blah, blah, blah. He said, but don't cry. But we don't cry because we miss him.
He said, mourn
And let it go.
And let it
Mourn and let it go.
Mourn
He
and
said,
let it
mourn and let it go.
When you let it go,
Still
it's
can't
what
let
you
it
want.
go.
Yo, bro, that's tough,
And
man.
that's a
That's
hard
still
thing.
can't let
that's
it go.
rough. That's hard.
It's hard. You
Yesterday,
still can't let it go.
yesterday,
Mourn
somebody came out
and
and
let
let
it go. But
Hey,
I,
man, how cheap doing?
but I know what he mean by let it
Oh,
go.
yeah.
So it's hard.
You don't mean don't shed a tear. You don't mean that. Let it go. Accept it. Let it go.
It's the sentence of God.
Mhm.
Everybody
That's
gotta
just what we
go.
know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, man.
Fasted and wept.
All right.
And I said, who can tell whether God. Now go ahead, read.
And he said, while the child was yet
While
alive,
the child was yet
I
alive,
fasted and wept.
he said, I fasted and I wept.
For I said, who can tell
Who can tell
whether God will be gracious
whether
to
God
me?
will be gracious to
Right.
me,
The
have
child may
mercy
live.
to me, that the child may live.
But now he is dead.
Now he's dead.
Wherefore should I
He
fast?
said, why should I fast?
Can I bring him back
I
again?
can bring him back.
I shall go to him,
I shall go to him.
but he shall not return
He
to
shall
me.
not return to me.
Explain that.
He said, I'll go to him.
Explain
He
that.
can't return to
The
me.
child is dead.
He's dead.
Explain that.
Okay? So, read.
And David comforted Bathsheba, his wife, and went in unto her and lay with her, and she bare a son, and he called his name
Solomon.
and the Lord loved him.
Uh-huh.
And he sent by the hand of Nathan the prophet, and called his name Jedediah, because of the Lord.
You see, God named him. Look,
Love.
King David named Solomon, named him Solomon. God said, he said, nah. He said, God named him and gave him, he said, man, Jedediah. Jedediah means beloved of God. Beloved of God.
That's beloved. That's right. And
26.
And Joab fought
Fought against Rabbah.
Rabbah of the children of Ammon, and took the royal city.
Uh-huh.
And Joab sent messengers to David and said, I have fought against Rabbah and have taken the city of waters. Now therefore, gather the rest of the people together and encamp against the city and take it, lest I take the city and it be called after my name.
Joab was thinking about the
Considerate.
name of God. He was being considerate. I didn't want to take your glory. And if I take this, I'll be taking your glory. He said, so gather the people, pull up and take the city, because if you don't claim it, then it's going to be in my name. And I want you to get the glory. I want you to get the props. Time to shake it.
And David gathered all the people together and went to Rabbah and fought against it and took it. And he took their king's crown from off his head. The weight thereof was a talent of gold and the precious stones. And it was set on David's head. And he brought forth the spoil of the city in great abundance. And he brought forth the people that were therein and put them under swords and under harrows of iron and under axes of iron and made them pass through the brick hill. And thus did he unto all the cities of the children of Ammon. So David and all the people returned unto Jerusalem.
And with that, I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail. Man, look.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my teacher and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to chief men, visitors, mothers in Israel. I bid you out of tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom. We're going to go to 2 Chronicles chapter 7. Stay where y'all at. I'm going to read it in the chapter before so you can understand, okay? That this is a continuing chapter. And this is how we learn. The reason why we always stress reading, because this is the only source that we got. This is the only direct source, okay? This is where everybody that knows about God and his laws, this is where they're getting their source from. Their knowledge comes from reading the Old Testament, preferably for people who are just started. You stay within the first 5 books. That's how it always been. Genesis, okay? Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. You stay in that first 5 because that's the base of everything. Everything else is history and stuff like that, and you won't understand too much of it. It's highly advanced. Our history is highly advanced and mixy. Y'all know what mixy mean, okay? Y'all know what mixy mean. One way is good, one day is not. It's I don't know what to expect from these people. So that's the history of Israel. But the first 5 books, all people who don't know too much of this and just getting introduced to this, when you do read on your own, stay within the first 5. I know people who stay within the first 5 nearly all their lives.
I'm still in the first 5.
All their lives.
Still in the first 5.
You know why? Because when you hear things and you read other books and you hear this and you see Israelites say things, you're going to know it's not in this book. It is not. It's not in this first 5. It's not in this law. That's your words. You're repeating the words of man. You're repeating the words of this guy. You're repeating the words of an author. All those books you guys like reading outside of the 5 of the Torah, watch it. Okay? Everybody's not meant to be a teacher.
That's right.
It's just too many teachers, too many prophets, and too many priests today. There were requirements. First of all, a teacher that's already around teaching, they pick who to train as a teacher. Not everybody get it. When you have the potential me, they see, wow, this guy, he's not afraid to speak in front of people, first of all. You don't get shy fright. You don't stutter with his words. He knows how to behave his mouth when speaking to people, causing people to understand. Because you got to see how everybody see me, but I see everybody's face. And you know what? As a teacher, you can tell when you're teaching about something that somebody don't like. You see these things. You see the ones that agree with it. You see the ones that don't agree with it. So these things is not meant. That's what I said, man. Everybody ain't ready to be a parent, right or wrong. You ain't had enough training in life to be able to be governing your own children. You're still a child.
Right.
So as a teacher, I recommend stay within the first 5 books. That is your strength.
That's right.
Your strength is the law, not identifying who you are. Oh, well, I'm Israel. I'm this, and you're this, and you're not, and you're this. Get that. Israelites are caught up in an identity crisis because of slavery, of constant getting in ancient times. Philistines had us. These people had us.
So many.
The Moabites had us. After a while,
nations.
God said, man, their sins got greater. They still not listening. Okay, it's time to leave the land now. Give them a taste. Okay, I'm going to make an example. 10 tribes get snatched out, and they never came back.
Yeah.
Do y'all know that? Remember this. 10 tribes. There's 12 tribes in our nation.
Yeah.
10 of them got snatched up. Tobit said the whole tribe of his father Naphtali bowed down to Baal. He was the only person out of the whole tribe. You know how many millions of people was in these tribes? You know how many sons these guys had and how many sons they had? First of all, because they were God's privileges. A man has the money, he has the requirements, he can husband more than one wife. So you know how many sons you're gonna have? These guys Jacob had four women. 4 women.
Yeah.
He only went after one.
Yeah.
Not every man wanted all the women. Hey, I want that. No, especially when you get to a certain level at a certain age, you know that that's no good. You're not supposed to be promiscuous. So we know that. So I'm looking for my match. I'm looking for a woman that has decided to want to learn about this God. So back then, they had a lot and they filled up. So that whole tribe turned. The whole tribe, all those 10 tribes, they stopped serving God. And there was an idol called Baal, B-A-A-L. It means master, it means Lord of. And it was introduced by Jezebel.
That's right. Also the sun god.
And it's also the manifestation of the sun god,
That's right.
which is originally Nimrod. Nimrod started a lot of this stuff, okay? And it was introduced into Israel. Now, Ahab was the king at this time. And he wasn't serving God either, okay? He was praising idols. Idols are the people round about them. But now he got Jezebel. Jezebel is from Zidonia. In the books, in the history books, they call it Phoenicia. You heard of those Phoenician people.
Yeah,
That's the Zidonians. That's the people that Jezebel came out of. And in those ancient people, their God is called Baal. And the God has a wife called Ashtoreth. So you have the king's son and the queen moon. That's what they really call them. Okay? Mother Nature comes from the worship of the moon goddess. Okay? In Judges, the Midianites praised the half crescent moon. Okay? And they worshipped it so much that even their camels wore chains. Their camels wore chains with the moon. Okay? Muslims, Pakistanis, a lot of people use the moon, a lot of Arabs, a lot of descendants of ancient Arabs, because most Arab countries were moon worshippers. Babylonians were sun worshippers. Assyrians were sun worshippers. Okay? Now, this is the prayer of Solomon. He said, now I'm going to read this verse and then we're going to go into the chapter. He said, now then, O Lord God of Israel. This is Solomon speaking, praying to God, and at the same time making a request for God to accept this deal. He's making a deal with God on behalf of the whole nation and people down the line after he dead. He set this standard of why we do certain things today.
Who's that?
All right, Solomon.
That's right.
All right. He said, now then, O Lord God of Israel, let thy word be verified, which thou hast spoken unto thy servant David. He said, let the words that you spoke to my father come to be verified. All right. But will God in very deed dwell with men on the earth? He said, God is with man, but he's not going to come and sit with you.
That's right.
He ain't coming and sitting with you.
No.
He moved away from Israel.
Yeah.
And we can't touch their standards.
Right.
And their standards wasn't enough for God. Okay? There was a time he said, I dwell among you.
That's
I
right.
come amongst you guys. Oh, when y'all getting ready to go to war, I'm right up in there. I'm in the
Right
midst.
there.
I'm in the middle of your camp.
Right
You
there.
won't see me though. But I'm there. So therefore you can't have feces and urine all over the place.
Right.
Go without the camp,
Yeah.
dump it in a hole, cover it.
Right.
That's why dogs and cats always, even when there's no dirt, you see them doing
They're gonna
this.
figure it out.
They have that naturally, what we are commanded to do. Certain things God put in the animals as natural instinct because they don't have the cognizency to understand. You understand what I'm saying? We do. That's why God don't deal with us like he deal with an animal. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
He said, but with God very deep dwell with men on the earth, behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain me. How much less this house which I have built? God's throne sits above the heavens. Mighty big.
Oh, yeah.
He
Oh,
said, and he said, and the earth is my footstool. Wow, he got some long legs.
The cloud is the dust off
He got
his
some
feet.
long legs, some very big feet. I always used to say he got some very big feet.
Clouds
The clouds is the dust of his feet.
That's enough.
And when you look up at clouds and they get dark, what happened? Boom, thunder, rain. All that stuff is crumbs and stuff off his feet. It's little. It's little. We are minute to God. You don't know the magnitude of the God you are being taught to serve. The magnitude is beyond your mind.
That's right.
Listen, certain things about God you ain't gonna even be able to understand.
Word, yeah.
All right, you're not. It's gonna drive you crazy. It's gonna drive you mad. Certain things, God said, nah, he don't need. Certain things, I tell this guy, everybody else ain't gonna know it.
Yeah.
I told Moses. I showed Moses things I ain't showed nobody.
Right.
Right or wrong.
Yeah.
You know what he was doing up in there? Look, Moses went up in that mount for 40 days and 40 nights. Came back down. You know he went back up.
That's right.
Another 40.
Say that again.
Another 40.
Another 40.
He said, let me hurry and eat.
So when somebody in total, he did 80 days with God.
That's right.
The man sat with God. That's like you go in this room with your clothes and you stay in there for 40 days, 40 nights. And just because of a distraction and disruption, gotta come out and regulate the children of Israel, kill some of them up. Because look, gotta get rid of the ones that violated before God wipe everybody out. Yeah, he stood in the breach.
Yeah.
He said, no, don't do that. You're gonna wipe everybody out. That ain't gonna look good for you. I don't want nobody talking bad about you. So guess what? I got this. That's why he said, get you down. The people you brought out. This is your responsibility now. This is where you step in now, regulate that before I wipe everybody out. And I make a nation out of you. It ain't nothing but God to take one man and make millions out of. Okay? It's nothing. It's nothing. And every time he get his wife pregnant, he's gonna look twins. He got 4 wives and all of them twinned up. That's God. That's making his seed plenteous. There's something going on.
Yeah.
Abraham was so old. Sarah was so old. They had a baby.
Very old.
He said, hey, And that's why God do things like that. So you know that he is God.
That's right.
Oh, it's a miracle. No. It's the wondrous works of God, man. Give him his glory. Because he make the usual unusual, make the unusual usual. At his command. It just happens that way. You have to understand that. The power of the spoken word, I was taught that the power of the spoken word, God has that. Because once he says something that doesn't exist, he's the one that causes it to come into existence with a name. He gives it a name. Before the king, he said, let the lights, what we call this, lights. So you have to understand the magnitude of the God you serve, right? And there is a reason why we have to do these commandments, because he made this world to be perfect. He made man to be perfect and just and upright. He said, I made man to be upright. He said, but they have sought out many inventions. First, y'all know what happened in the garden. That set it off. So over the years, God said, you know what, man? There's going to be a way, there's a way to live on this planet now in order to be holy. Because I made everybody, I didn't make man to be evil and wicked. God, that was not the purpose.
Right.
That's why he said stay away from that tree, man. You don't understand certain things that's that's going on that we can't see, that we don't know about, that exists. And the reason why we can't see or know about it, because man will go and touch it and mess with it and fiddle it and get this whole world done up. That's why God took the ark and hid it. That's why he took the altar of it.
It was never found.
Three specific things. God took and hid everything else. He allowed the Romans to grab it up and take it into the Vatican City. Everything that was in the temple of God from Moses' time is in Italy right now, in the Vatican City. Deep down, locked up, padlocked. And they're not going to be like that king we read about that going there to go get the cups and drink it out. They already know it's something about these things. It belongs to God. Those are holy. The Pope will say it. He said, that stuff is holy. We don't touch it.
Southeast.
God put it in them.
That's right.
He said, look, the people ain't here that I made this stuff for. They're not here no more. The Israelites, the Hebrew, they're not here no more. I scattered them out, and wherever they went, they died. They were destroyed, and that's it. So that altar of incense is only for the priest to burn incense as a sweet savior, along with the fat burning to God. You cannot, listen, if somebody was to take that altar of incense and light it, you see the plagues? See the plagues?
This is something they got.
You see the plagues? You see the plague has begun? It ain't going to be just Israel. It ain't going to be just Israel, the whole world. And those things are most holy. I'm not going to leave the tabernacle around. You know what people going to do? There's the holy people that I blessed not here no more.
You know,
ain't nobody worthy enough to touch these things.
You know, when God played the whole world, somebody did something or touched something that was not supposed
to be touched.
Look at COVID. Hit the world. Who in the world activated that?
There's things there that you go messing around with.
Crazy.
It set everything off.
Somebody messed around.
If a man, worldwide, and it's still here. You know where it's at now, right? The mice, the rats.
What?
The lights?
That's who's getting. That's who's got COVID. Nevertheless, it degrades and it excels as God see fit. Let me tell y'all something. Oh, the white man, he made that disease. God told him to do it, man. Y'all have to understand the way God moved. God, I forgot what passage you read into. It said the Most High set up leaders of the heathen countries. Think about it.
Right, that's in the book.
Think about it. All of you here, but they heathens. God put them there. Yeah. For a purpose. He run the world. So if the world is run by leaders, he gonna run the leaders. If the world is judged by judges, he gonna run the judges.
Right.
He said, oh, well, no, not that one. This guy, yeah, he did that crime over there, but it ain't against none of my violations. He considers my name, and he did something I like that he didn't have to do like 6 years ago. He gonna get off of this. I'm going to judge. He gonna go in the judge head, and strange things gonna happen in your favor, but you gotta serve God. I'm gonna say it again. Strange things, unusual things. The person that just say he's gonna kill you, now he love you, and he really do. God does that.
20 times to get out of jail.
But he only do that with his servants, with his saints. Well, he said, okay, I see down the line, this guy gonna get it together, so I'm gonna preserve him till he get to that point. I see he gonna get there. God knows. So that's where all of these things come from. Right? Listen now. He said, have respect, therefore, to the prayer of thy servant. He's asking God to have respect to his prayer. All right? He said, into his supplication. Supplication means it's a request. He's also requesting, asking something of God. Okay? He said, oh Lord my God, to hearken unto the cry and the prayer which thy servant prayed before thee, that thine eyes may be open upon this house. Now, the house that he's talking about is the temple that was in Jerusalem.
Teach.
Okay? Where God chose to place his name. Okay? It's the only place that God chose to place his name. Right now, there is no place on the planet where God has chose to place his name. It doesn't exist now. Okay? It got ran over. God allowed it to get run over. Now it's something different. So that's the house he's talking about. He said that your eyes may be open. In other words, you protect this house and show favor to this house. He said, he said, day and night upon the place whereof thou hast said thou wouldest put thy name to hearken unto the prayer which thy servant prayed towards this place. Hearken therefore unto the supplications of thy servant and of thy people Israel, which they shall make towards this place. You see now? I'm going to read it again. Hearken. He's asking God to pay attention.
Listen,
To pay attention and give ear to the people of your people Israel, which they shall make. He said, if they make prayers towards this place, that you hear them. Okay? Which they shall make towards this place, hear thou from thy dwelling place, where God dwells. It's way up there. He said, he's asking God to hear the people Israel. This is only for Israel. Sorry. Everybody else is selective. We are selective too. All right? It ain't no prejudice thing or nothing like that. Everybody else got their thing. Oh, this is our thing. This is our thing. Okay? And it's only for us. Okay? He says, hear thou from thy dwelling place, even from heaven, when thou hearest, and forgive. That means they're going to be confessing to God wherever they at. They're going to be sending up supplications and prayers wherever they at. That means they're not going to be around that place, that house that they pray towards them. Because if they're there, if they're around it, they could go to it and send up their sacrifices and offerings. All right? He said, if a man sin against his neighbor, all right? So you can also sin against your neighbor. Anytime you sin against God automatically. Yeah. All sin, all iniquity, all trespasses is automatically against God. All of it. Okay? And you do a lot. You got things personal that you do against God, and you got things that you do to each other that is against God. So this is for a man that sinned against his neighbor. This sin is the stuff we do to each other that God said don't do. Some of the things we're not supposed to do to each other, it's only for us. I can exact usury on an outsider. You know what that means? Hey, Red man, let me get this. You know what I'm saying? Until Friday. I said, you got to pay me double. But if you're an Israelite, I ain't doing that to you.
No,
you see the difference? There is a difference. Certain things is only selective for the ones that live the same.
Right.
Or else we not gonna be unique. Everybody can come and do and get and then leave.
Yeah.
That's the case. Yeah.
It's not how it go. Certain treatment, we give passes to each other. Nobody outside of that get a pass. Oh man, what you do? Hey, look, that's what it was. You don't serve God. Now that don't mean I could go and mess with the man's wife.
Right.
Nah, it's crazy.
That don't mean I could steal from them either
Right.
or do evil to them.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But in certain situations, and I take care of it in a deadly, forceful way, it's no sin.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have to look out for nobody who don't serve God. It's not a sin.
True.
God said, don't feed the wicked.
Mm-hmm.
No, he said, feed the wicked, right? He said, and he will heap hot coals upon them. You know what that means? Don't feed them. Because all you're doing is jamming them off.
That's
Yeah.
That's what it means.
Yeah. That's right.
See, after reading for years, boom, this is what it really means.
Uh-huh.
You get the idea of what it means.
Yeah.
We don't have to feed them. I ain't gotta put no quarters in that cup.
That's right.
There's one homeless dude out there. I give him money. You know why? Because he earned it. I let him watch my bike.
Yeah.
Okay? I'll pull up, boom, 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 boom. I say, yeah, come here, man. I take $2. I said, watch my bike for me, man. And I'm going, I ain't giving you nothing, man. I'm sorry. Because guess what? When I do that, guess what? If I just donate out the pure of my heart, just give him, he gonna bless me in his God's name.
Yeah.
But if I make him do a job and pay him for it, he ain't gonna bless me in his God name.
Right.
He worked for it.
Yes.
It ain't got nothing to do with his idol now.
That's right.
Cartoon God.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that's how I move with people. I don't give nobody nothing. I hardly hold doors for people.
That's right.
Word up, man.
Yeah.
There's no appreciation in that. You see the woman, she come in, she got mad.
Thank
I
you.
said, I open the door. She don't say nothing.
Yeah.
And I stood up there looking stupid. I don't do that no more.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care what people think about me because you know why? It's not a violation against God. So you can think what you want. He got. I don't like him because he just good. I don't want you to like me. You're not supposed to like me anyway. There's not supposed to be too much liking for me if I move this way. Okay? You only gonna like me a couple of times during the week, and that's it. You ain't gonna be around me too much. And I like it that way. Stay away because that's also the part of the separation. After a while, you're doing this, people gonna stay away. You ain't gotta push them. It's what you're doing and how you're setting standards. And I can't talk about this. I can't wear certain things. When I go to their house, I can't do that. You know what? I ain't going.
Yeah.
I applaud it.
Yeah.
That's the work of God. That's the work
Right.
of you being holy. That's what it do. When you turn your house, hey man, you can't come in my house for certain things. A lot of family ain't coming. That's how you get rid of them. I tell you how to get rid of them. I tell you how to get rid of wives, families, and all that. Assert the law in that house. Okay? Because they ain't gonna be able to come in with a lot of things that they got on. So they ain't gonna come at all. But I notice it's always one or two people, they're heathens, right? But when they come around, they'll respect. Those, I can deal with them. Because they have some type of respect towards God. You had outsiders that were cool with godly men.
Right.
Say, yo, man, that's one thing I can say. Your God is a real God. How many outsiders have said that? Look at Moses' father-in-law. He said, man, all this stuff you telling me, boy. He said, yo, now I know. I was calling other things God. I was this, and in other books I read, that guy was he wasn't Laban, not Laban, Jethro. Laban too. Those guys wasn't no regular Syrians or regular dudes. They had governor status where they was from, and they dealt in the occult. You know what the occult is? Witchcraft.
The magic.
At that time, the whole world did that. That's what made Israel. God said, man, you don't do that. You don't enchantments, spells, this. You don't need charms. Blah, 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 blah. You don't do
Astronomy.
superstitious. Oh, black cat. That black cat ain't giving you no bad luck. There's no such thing as bad luck. The name luck comes from fortune. Fortune is the name of a god. An idol that people pray to for money. So they can get rich. What the man said is correct. That should not be your goal in life. You hear people, yeah, man, my goal in life and my career and what I'm trying to achieve before I die. Today they got a bucket list. You know what a bucket list is?
Yeah.
List of things I want to do before I die. And none of it is a righteous act. I only seen one guy, and look, it was a show. Nobody really did it. And this guy went, the whole series was about him righting all the wrongs he did to people. But nobody never really did it. It was a show. It was just a good idea.
Yeah.
Nobody goes forward with it. Everybody talks. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. That's good. That's good. No, that's the right way.
You
do it. Are you following it? Did you take that home with you and ponder? While you was on the train, did you think about that? Like, no, what he said, man. I gotta start for yourself. God ain't gonna come tell you nothing.
Nothing at all.
Right.
It ain't happening.
Hey, I got one thing on my
But,
bucket list.
huh? He said, you only got one thing.
That's
That's
get
good.
right
We
with
should
God
only have
before I
one
die.
thing.
That's it.
Serve God till you die and keep his
Get right with God
commandments.
before I
That's
die.
an easy thing. Trust me.
That's
You
it.
ain't got to worry about the world. The stresses of fitting in don't apply to you. Okay? They say peer pressure. Adults have peer pressure. Everybody's cool with how you want to live, except when you start moving like this. Just remember that. Just remember that. A Muslim man, nobody said he's a Muslim man, right? He meets a girl that's not Muslim, and in a little while, you see she's Muslim. So why everybody want to come and beat my wife and don't want to switch?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
What's up? What's up? Why everybody think they can marry a Hebrew man and still keep the name Sandy?
Marissa.
And still wear pants? And still do certain things? And that's everywhere else. They fit right in. But for here, you want to come? Admit the truth, don't do nothing. You have people, I'm going to tell y'all something. You have people that know. It was around long enough. They was taught personally and here for years. And they know. They're not here no more. They went back.
And
They started doing things that they wasn't doing when they first came here. As heathens, they didn't believe certain things. And you came here, they got real, but look. When you turn on this happens.
Yeah.
It's sugar. And it's not that type of crazy. Your wits and your thoughts become crazy towards God and righteousness.
Wow.
That's what it means.
Believe wrong is right. That's right. Firmly believe that.
That's what it
That's
means.
crazy. That's right.
Okay? That's the ultimate crazy.
Mm-hmm.
The first crazy of the mind is when you don't go by these commandments. Okay? It said, if a man sin against his neighbor and an oath be laid upon him to make him swear. They say, yo, man, did you do that, man? So, no, I didn't. Well, look, the judges require this guy to take an oath. He has to swear that he didn't do this or that he put his hands to his neighbor's goods. Because sometimes I could let you hold something or you have something in possession of mine, right? And when your head is turned, this guy come and take it. It happens. This guy come and take it. Nobody know this guy come and took it. Okay? Nobody knows he took it. But what I'm going to say? Hey, man, I left it with you. Where's my stuff at, man? Oh, man, I don't know what happened to my girl. What would you say, man? I don't want to hear that, man. I left it with you. You know what that means? You are responsible for your neighbor's goods.
Yes.
Now, you have people, you'll have a thief around you and won't know. They know that that's not yours.
Yeah.
Wait for nobody to look, take it, go. Nobody sees that. Nobody knows that. So now it's on me now. So guess what I'm going to do? look, man, I'ma still pay that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't steal it though. But it's my responsibility.
Yeah.
What Jacob said. What Jacob said about the cattle. He said, whatever got torn by beasts,
I took the
and
Lord.
what I said, I took the Lord. You know what that
I
means?
took the Lord.
I paid it back. You didn't lose
It's
nothing.
in my
Whenever
jurisdiction.
your stuff is in my
Jurisdiction.
possession and
That's
in
right.
my house
It's my
and in my
responsibility.
restriction, it's under my protection. Okay,
That's right.
it's under my protection and it's
That's
under
right.
my responsibility. And if anything happens, I have to make it good.
That's right.
You know, even heathens don't understand. Say, no, man, you ain't gotta do that because I know you. I said, no. It was still under my watch.
Yeah.
This is beyond you. This is beyond me. This is law.
Yeah.
I have to do this. Okay? And that's just one of his commandments. So, and this is with situations that happen. That's why sometimes people say, nah, man, I don't want to be responsible for that. Because the people around, hey, I'm good, but then there's people around me that don't consider. I don't consider your stuff, let alone what you're holding from somebody. And that's where those are the ways. All that is ways. That's why you got these commandments dead a lot of those ways.
That's right.
And it brings a character and a thought of thinking godly. Wow, you know what? This happened this happened in my house. I am responsible. If you come to my house, right? You ain't supposed to get jumped, beat up, shot, or stabbed.
Rob.
If that's the case, Lot would have let the people in the house and say, yo, look, man, I ain't got no beef with y'all. Go ahead, get them out. I was just trying to be helpful, you know? He came out. Yo, man, y'all can't come in, man. But look,
Men are under my care.
Look, that's his house. They're under his care.
That's what he was.
Y'all don't do that.
No.
Y'all, look. Y'all, let me tell y'all what's going on in Sodom and Gomorrah also. Any stranger that come up there, they do them dirty. It wasn't just homosexuality also. All right? It was a lot of injustice going on.
Yeah.
Okay? What they say, yo, bring them two guys out that we may know them.
That's
So
crazy.
that we can have sex with the men.
That's crazy.
Who came out there? Not women. It said men and young boys, little young ones. Yeah.
I see.
It just don't say men.
I see that.
It said men and young boys.
Around the house. Young man.
Surround the house.
Right.
And demand the two men to come out so they could gangbang them.
I said, take my
That's what they
daughters.
want to do. You know, he said, take my daughters.
Abuse my daughters.
Don't do no such thing as sin. Don't do that, man. I ain't gonna get his daughters up. Let me tell you something, man.
They started.
Certain acts,
Snatch you up.
certain acts are so heinous.
Yeah.
You hear me, man?
Yeah.
That I would give my virgin daughter up so that act don't go down at all.
That's right. That's right. It's like, all right, you can play games.
So, and God approve of that.
They was like, you want to play games?
So they blessed him.
We gonna snatch you up.
We gonna snatch you up. We let you rock. Now you want to talk?
So,
Okay.
The angels
You
had
know
to
what
snatch
happened,
him
right?
in.
They snatched them in
The angels had to snatch him
because
in.
they're about to run down on them.
Yeah.
The other instance later on with the Levite judge, what he did, he hurried up and grabbed his woman and threw her out there. Why? Because they was about to rush up on him, run down. They didn't want the old man's virgin daughters.
Mhm.
They wanted him.
Mhm.
So when the priest and everything came later on and said, yo, what's the meaning of you cutting up your woman body like this? He said, yo, man, went down. I decided not to go where heathens at.
Right.
And I went amongst my people.
Right.
Look what they do.
And look what they thought to do to me, man.
Mhm.
Crazy.
That was back then.
Sure.
Okay, so you gotta watch it, man.
Mhm.
You gotta watch it, man. He said, I'd rather go among my own people, man. I don't want to live with heathens. But then when he went among his own people, nobody took him in.
That's right.
In the Israelite community back then,
people.
there's no beggars or strangers. They see white man as a waistband man. Yo, he a brother. Yo, come in, brother. Stay with me, man. That was automatic.
That's
Now you in Benjamin land. It was lawless. Where there's no law, there's no care. Nobody care for the young, the old,
No
the
care.
fatherless. There's no care. Like this city. A bunch of crazy people walking up and down, homeless people walking around, kids. You don't even know where they're not really from this neighborhood. Where you? Yeah, wasn't like that. He went there, nobody brought him in. He sat down in the street on the curb with all his belongings. An old man came out and saw it and said, yo, it's not good that you out here at night.
Yeah.
You know what happened at night?
Goes down.
You know what happens at night. Okay? So he brought him in. And for what? People were watching. People are always watching. People are watching, especially the wicked ones, the evil ones, the schemers, the robbers, the looters, the ones that prey on the weak.
Mm-hmm.
They in the cut like this. So they saw, and they stepped to the room. Yo, man, bring that dude out, man, so we can know him.
It's crazy.
No good.
So we know that homosexuality amongst men or women is forbidden by God.
That's
By the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Mhm.
Okay?
That's right.
And we ain't saying nothing wrong.
That's right.
I can substantiate it in the book.
That's right.
It's in Leviticus 19.
Mhm.
There shall be no sodomites of the sons of Israel,
Mhm.
or any whores or profane daughters of the woman of Israel, the daughters of Zion. And it's in Deuteronomy 23.
Death to
And
gain.
it's in more parts. It's all over. There's a lot of parts in there. One man said, yo, I'd rather have a bunch of daughters that are whores than one son. That's funny.
Right.
And I agree with that.
Death to
I
gain.
agree with that.
All gays must die, saith the
Look.
Lord of hosts.
Okay?
Saith the Lord of
That's
hosts.
the penalty. We can't bite our tongue with this.
Abomination.
Because-
you can't bring them in the house.
Word.
It's different camps all over the place. Somebody gonna have an unnatural idea.
Word. Out of here, man.
Unnatural.
It's always like that with Israel, man. That's why God said, don't follow these people, man. Stay away from these people, man. Don't party with these people, man. Don't even talk with them. No, right? You stay with your own or stay by yourself. Because their ways are very addictive. Okay? God know what he's talking about. So he said, the Canaanites, y'all can't live amongst them. Y'all ain't gonna be able to teach them nothing.
Nah.
They ain't gonna listen. And some of the stuff they do is you're gonna be like, oh, why you do that? And when they tell you, you're gonna follow. And some of them look good. You're gonna marry into them. You're gonna take your sons and marry you into them. Because they got over-exaggerated body parts. That's why they looked good. Yeah, I have history on the anatomy of Canaanites, Egyptians, Hebrews. You'll be surprised why the Hebrew men was going after these Midianites, and they were showing it.
It was looking good.
Exaggerated body parts, yes.
BBL.
Sex, lewdness, sex, unholy sex acts is the worship of all religions, paganisms, ancient and today. Just remember that. So it said, hear from heaven and do and judge thy servants by requiting the wicked, by recompensing his way upon his own head. Nobody going to die for sin, boy. Nobody. 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 That's the one thing you pack on your own. Every head packs his own iniquity and sin. Nobody could die for that. Nobody. Okay? Well, he's still sinning, right? So that ain't work. That ain't work. Don't be fooled. Nobody could die for your sins. It's not here. He said, the soul that sinneth, it shall die. His name shall I blot out of my book. Book of what? The book of life. He said, I'm going to take you out. So he got a book. Okay? And when you get to a certain part of life of wickedness, he'll blot your name out. And you hold your own. It's not fair that this guy paid for all his sins.
Yeah.
They live the same way. This guy paid for his sins and he don't. God don't get down like that. Okay? He said, recompensing his way upon his own head, and by justifying the righteous, by giving him according to his righteousness. Justifying the righteousness means you don't sentence the righteous to a guilty. guilty sentence. He's right.
Mhm.
You don't condemn him or treat him like he did the wrong and he was right, because I've seen that. But see, dude say, nah, man, and what he's saying is in the book, it's in the law. But they don't like him, or somebody don't like him for whatever A or B reason. So when he's speaking God's law, it don't mean nothing.
I've seen that today.
It don't mean nothing because I don't like you. You ain't did nothing to me. Because I don't like it. That's Israelites today. He said, and if the people Israel, listen now, be put to the worst before the enemy. Meaning, you know what that means. The enemy is doing them a job, massacre. He said, by requiting the wicked, by recompensing his way upon his, and if the people of Israel be put to the worst before the enemy, because they have sinned against thee. That's why. Always look at it. Okay, they did this, this was not right, boom, boom, boom. Why were they allowed by God to do this? Why? That's my fault. That's our fault. That's why. He said, according, what? And which they have sinned. Okay? Because they sinned against God. So God allows the heathen to overcome you.
That's right.
He said, do not hate the Egyptian. Abhor means to hate. He said, do not hate the Egyptians. Why God said that? They did us a number. They was gonna wipe us out. They put us to the worst. The cry went up to God.
That's how bad it was.
Yeah. But he said, still don't hate them. Because you was in his land. You was a stranger in his land. You still ate. What they said, man, we want to go back to Egypt.
Yeah, the meat
Why?
pots, man.
Why? Why? They didn't say the why. Because of the food.
Yeah.
We eat good there.
Meat
That's
pots.
look, I'd rather go back there. At least we ate good. I'd rather go back to jail. They feed you 3 meals in there. You know a lot of dudes. I know a lot of people that do certain things on purpose to go to jail. So they
free
can
healthcare.
get 3 hots in the cot. They don't have nowhere. They can't go nowhere. They don't stole from their families. They don't disrespected their fathers and mothers.
Have nowhere to go.
So they can't. They don't burn their bridges. Yeah, man. It's not the position to be in. It's not the position. They said,
We shall turn again to thee and confess thy name and pray and make supplication to thee in this house. Then
verse
hear-
25.
34.
Uh-huh.
34, right?
Uh-huh.
Then hear thou in heaven and forgive the iniquity of thy people Israel and bring them back to the land.
Because
which
they're
thou-
far away. There's no sacrifices. There's no atonement made. But they prayed and confessed far away where they're at. Towards the temple. That's when he said this place or this house. He's talking about the temple that Solomon built.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
He said, wherever they at in the world, they pray towards this place. That's what we do when we face the east,
Right.
because it's in the eastern part of the world.
Sure.
You facing that house, not the sun.
No.
In the land, you don't face the east because you're in the east.
Right.
No word.
The temple was built in the west.
In the west.
That's right.
You understand that? You're already there. So you don't have to, if you face the eastern, you're sun worship.
Yeah, you face literally the sun.
Okay?
That's right.
That's right, yeah.
Tom C.
And bring them back to the land which thou didst give to their fathers. When heaven is shut up and there is no rain.
Now, I read this part here. He said, and bring them again. He said, forgive the sin of thy people Israel. Bring them again into the land which thou givest to them and to their fathers. That don't apply to us today. Sorry.
No.
Ain't nobody going back as a whole.
Yeah,
That's not happening.
that's right.
That time left. After they came back from the 70-year captivity in Babylon, a lot of privileges and open windows of opportunities to get close to God got shut down.
Yeah.
The last thing to go was the burnt offerings. After that, you got to give up the calves of your lips. You have to stop sinning. You have to pray.
Presumptuous.
Okay? Yeah, stop sinning.
That's right.
Because you know what sin is.
That's right.
So once you do it, it's presumptuous.
That's right.
We know.
Right.
There's no ignorance here.
That's right.
There's no ignorance here.
That's
Everybody knows. All right. All right. What do you mean?
That's right.
If you do all the commandments that you know,
Just
marvelous.
right.
that's how you know where you're at. And you got work to do. Do you do everything you know? No. So be quiet, humble yourself, and get right. Because there's no other way to get right.
Before the evil days draw
Look,
nigh.
Look, there's no atonement in blood no more.
That's it. And no more
There's
sacrifice.
nobody that can make an atonement for no priest.
it.
There's nobody qualified.
That's it.
The only way, yeah. And I read 2 other things. Said, man, if you give alms to your brethren, your brethren.
You say, honor your father and
Everywhere I read, I say to your brethren, to your people, to your brethren. Yeah, but everything ain't for everybody, man. No, it's not. He said, if you give alms to your brethren, you take away sin. And the other one is
father and mother.
mercy and truth, and one more,
Honoring your father.
honoring your father. He said, diminish your sins. Certain things get knocked away. You get knocked away. You ain't gonna pack what you usually would pack if you didn't honor.
Repentance.
He said, honoring your mother,
Go
lay
back.
up treasure. Meaning,
Treasure.
you're gonna need
You gonna
help.
need.
Sure.
And because you honor your mother, you're gonna get that help.
Sure. Teach.
You're the most valuable people in your life.
So imagine
Not
if
your
you
wife.
dishonor them.
Not your wife and your kids, man. Those are the most valuable people in your life.
Yeah.
Your father and your mother. Do not criticize them. Do not judge them.
No.
Watch your mouth, man. Watch your tone of voice. Watch your walk and your talk and your action.
Yes, yes.
That's what honor is. Be there to serve them.
That's it.
There's times you like to drop what you're doing and go do what they need you to do.
That's right. Forget about
Get
your
it
life.
done. What? Your life is nothing.
Forget about
Theirs
your
is
life
first. What if she sustained you? She closed her knees.
Forget
Like
about your
Jeremiah
life.
said. He said, what man I said, man, I wish my mother would have closed her knees when I was coming out the birth canal and prevent me. Well, you know what's gonna happen? She's gonna stifle them. Because now in the air. At that moment, once that seal break in the air, he said, right as soon as the head come out, boom, close the legs and choke me out. She could have did that. You could have wound up in a dumpster like Brenda's baby.
That's right. You want to honor? Forget about your life. Forget about your life.
And you could
That's how you honor.
put theirs first.
Yeah.
Everything you do, schedule them
Yeah.
in your life.
Forget about your life.
First. Okay? First. You take care of them first.
Forget about your life.
Most of the time,
That's honor.
look,
You got honor twisted.
you gotta be around.
Talk about it, man.
You gotta be around. In order to accomplish this stuff,
You gotta be around.
you gotta be around. In order to accomplish, because it goes into servitude also. It also goes into servitude, putting in work. Okay? Yeah, I got my job. I gotta make my money. Blah, 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 blah. Listen, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. That word sacrifice.
Sacrifice goes a long way.
Your sacrifice is not a lamb. Your sacrifice is you.
That's right. Sacrifice yourself.
You ain't gotta cut yourself.
Sacrifice yourself.
You ain't gotta die.
That's right.
You sacrifice your life.
Yourself.
Your progressing and your
That's
things,
right.
your personal stuff.
That's right.
With father and mother. But you ain't gotta do that with nobody else.
That's right.
I'm gonna make this clear now, because a lot of people, wives and children and friends and brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles and cousins, they feel they should get the same treatment. So you have to make that difference. Oh, whoa, hold on. Nobody can tell me nothing. And you'll see how your life change. You'll see that when you need help, it's there. It's there.
Take time.
That's right.
Fact, yeah, that's a fact.
It's there.
That's a
God
fact.
don't lie, man. It's there.
That's a
It
fact.
works. This works. Tom Sheep.
When the heavens is shut up.
When the heaven is shut up,
and there is
whenever
no
the
rain.
heaven is shut up, ain't no rain coming out.
Oh,
You know, no rain coming out.
No rain.
We got famine going.
no rain.
The reason why is because the land has been cursed because of the people Anywhere where you hear famine and it's not yielding, God did that. God cursed it, Tamshi.
When heaven is shut up and there is no rain because they had transgressed.
Remember the commandment that the grass and the herb, remember what it all has. God said, let the earth bring forth. So that means this is a continual thing. So when God cursed upon the land, he stops that command.
Yeah.
Okay? That command from Genesis still goes on.
Mm-hmm.
He said the decree for the waters not to pass the beach shores, right?
Yeah.
But when it's time for the land to get hit, tsunami. What's a tsunami? When the whole wave come into the land, and then look, it still recedes and come out, but it's damaged now.
That's right.
God caused that.
He said the water saw you.
He said the water saw you and was afraid.
He was afraid.
That's why he went back up. He changed his current.
Backed up.
He's running around.
But the course of the river.
Yo, rivers have hard current.
The presence of God back the
So
water.
God saw God and went back.
Man, you quick, man. Listen.
Water.
Yeah.
What was there? The darkness and God.
Mine.
Water.
Mine Chaim.
Water got
Living
more
waters.
bears than we do.
Mm-hmm.
Water that you drink.
Darkness was
Bears
upon the
God.
face of the deep.
It doesn't have to do no commandments.
Said.
Look at that. And it was there. She said, God hovered over the face of the deep, over the waters, man. Tamshi.
If they pray towards this place and confess thy name,
If
and
they
turn from their
pray
iniquity,
towards this place,
What place?
holy man,
What
it's
place?
towards Jerusalem, the house.
The
that's in
only
Jerusalem.
what? The only what?
The house
The
that's in
only
Jerusalem.
temple.
That's the only temple. The temple that's in
The
Jerusalem. There's
only temple.
one.
Only
Before
one
that,
temple.
it was the tabernacle in Shiloh.
That's it.
Before that, it was the tabernacle that was in the wilderness.
Wilderness. It's only one temple.
And
That
when
temple
in
that's
70 AD,
That's right.
General Titus, Roman General Titus,
Uh-huh.
got the decree from his king to
Uh-huh.
run down on Jerusalem.
Yes, he
And
did.
in 70 AD, they ransacked Jerusalem.
Yes, they did.
And that was the last time they took everything out of it, and they got paintings, actually, because you got people who sit there by the wall, and they had artists, the great victory, and you see them carrying the stuff that's in the temple out to take it to the Vatican City where it's at now.
Take time.
So since at that time, look, everything got cut. No more burnt offerings. There's no bringing up nothing. There's no atonement for no sins. There's no sin offering, no burnt offering, no making peace with God. None of that. You're on your own.
Half your lips, man.
And where God scattered you at, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
So imagine now,
Mhm.
all we got is the only source I say is that verse 5.
Take time. Take time.
It's where everybody get their source from, but everybody don't understand it. It's not for everybody to be reading it and tricking about it. Everybody don't know how to break this down.
That's right.
Certain things they don't understand, they'll still try to break it down. That's not ridiculous. Leave that alone.
That's right.
Leave that alone.
Talk about it.
Certain things is not for students.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Not everything you give the students the teacher manual. Did the teachers give you the teacher manual
That big book, no.
on how they are instructed to teach you?
No.
When you go to the dojo to learn karate or the arts, you ain't gonna disrespect that teacher there. He gonna beat you up.
Sensei.
The sensei,
Yeah.
okay? And they call it a teacher. They treat their teachers, those Asian people, they treat their teachers like their father and mother, man.
No word.
Look at the kung fu movies. The teacher smack fire, pow! You know, teacher
They eat it.
at his feet like that's his dad.
Take time.
And then that dude become a great kung fu artist. So come on, you become a great leader.
Because he was a great
He becomes honorable. You live an honorable life now.
Take time.
Tamshi.
And confess thy name and turn from their iniquity when thou dost afflict them. Then hear thou in heaven and forgive the iniquity of thy servants and of thy people Israel, that thou teach them the good way in which they should walk, and give rain upon thy land which thou hast given to thy people for an inheritance. If there be famine in the land, if there be pestilence,
Famine. In some books, I got dearth in the English word, right? Dearth is famine. Mean it's dry. There's times when you take a shovel and you can't crack the ground with it.
Yeah.
Okay? You know what that means? That area, you can't grow nothing there. You can't live where you can't grow nothing.
Yeah.
Back then, you had to be near fertile soil, fertile land. There ain't no fertile land. We're gonna keep moving and moving.
Jackhammer, penetrate that ground.
It's like asphalt.
And
So
hard.
they, you know, and the more the people sin before God in the land, the more God shut the rain down and shut the ground down.
Mhm.
And their prayers ain't reached to God.
Mhm.
And that the land paid, the animals paid.
That's right.
And after a while,
We
the
paid.
raiders came. And
That's right.
then the men paid, we paid.
Mhm.
Got snatched up and taken out.
Mhm.
Time sheet.
If there be famine in the land, if there be
Mhm.
pestilence,
Pestilence.
blasting,
Pestilence is plagues, diseases, and the rodents that carry them and spread them. Time sheet.
blasting, mildew, locust, or if there be caterpillar,
Even the little caterpillar and the little locust. You know what they get up there? Your crops. Your crops.
Crops, yes.
Whatever you farm, whatever you growing. Caterpillars. There's a certain caterpillar that spread quick and shoot seeds in the fruit. Or whatever, or vegetable, whatever you're growing. They shoot seeds, larvae. That's what they call it. And when you bite into the apple, boom, you got an egg, you got eggs in there.
babies.
You have certain flies that there's openings in certain fruit. Remember, them things are sweet. That's their food. They go in there and make houses in there and plant their babies in there. God said, I caused them to do that. He said, I will make them come in your land and destroy everything. Locusts, we know what locusts do. Swarms of locusts. Billions and billions of locusts look like a big giant cloud. Come through and they eat up all the corn. They eat up all the wheat. And when you can't get rid of them, when it's done, you don't have nothing, man.
That's right.
Lantern flies.
Oh yeah.
They said, man, what they said, when you see them, kill them.
Yeah.
He said, they look pretty, they got pretty. He said, when you see the lantern flies, kill them.
Mhm.
Why? They take the air out of the trees that we need. The trees ain't gonna be able to grow nothing because they need air and they need, that process.
Yeah.
They said, man, these things here have grown aggressively. There's certain bees grown aggressively. There's different species that are coming out that is, they're not nice.
God is revving it up.
Nah.
That's all this is God.
God is revving
And who
it
they
up.
harm? Not each other.
Nah, that's crazy.
You don't see swarms of bees and
That's crazy.
who they doing damage to?
That's
Us.
crazy. They'll never go to war with each other.
Okay? Mildew.
Yeah.
You know what mildew is? Mold.
Mhm.
You can't keep mold in your house. You see any mold anywhere, you gotta hurry up and get rid of that. That will get everybody in the house sick.
Yeah.
Certain molds could kill you. If it gets in your drink and your food, you're dead. When you're very sick, God had to be with you. E. coli, all these things. Flesh, meat. When it starts to rot, that's a form of mildew also.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? All of this is just little microorganic bacteria. It's not supposed to be around you or in you or on you. And it will, being that with flesh, it will cause diseaseful reactions or allergic reactions. Most allergic reactions result in death also. Certain people that's allergic to peanuts. I'm allergic to rice.
Sorry for
I
that.
saw some peanuts.
Yeah.
Cracked the thing open. I broke the
Yeah, you gotta
peanut
break it open.
inside the
I got worms
peanut
Inside the
itself.
peanut,
Worms,
Had, like, it was
Cobwebs.
rotten.
it was rotten.
worms and cobwebs.
But on the outside, it looked good.
He rotted it.
Mhm.
Mildew. There's a certain bacteria that God put in there. And he does that. He just said it. I hit it with blasting. You know what the blasting is? The blast of the wind, tornadoes, hurricanes. Certain wind will in floods will uproot your stuff.
Carry everything with them.
Too much water, you ain't nothing growing. Too little water, ain't nothing growing. God will not make it just right. You understand what I'm saying? He said if they get this, if this happens to these people, if their enemies besiege them, surround them, and they get attacked by invaders in the cities of their land, he said, whatsoever sore or whatsoever sickness there be. He said, whatever sickness, whatever sore, whatever it could be. Then what prayer or what supplication soever shall be made of any man of Israel, not the world. He said, nigga, once any man of Israel make a prayer or supplication towards this house, he said, or of all thy people Israel. Look, one man or all of us as a whole. God, that's how God accepts us anyhow, man. He accept you. He can accept you. He can accept your whole house. He'll accept the whole nation as one. But everybody got to be on that accord. So Solomon set up to where it could be one man or the whole nation, right? When everyone shall know his own sore and his own grief. You know your own iniquity. You know your afflictions. You know why this is going down. That's why you're planning up confessions and supplications. That means when a man is in a faraway land and he's going through this with his enemies and this happening, God, you make famine happen and there's no food and that man or group of Israelites or as a whole of Israelites pray to you towards this place. He said, and shall spread forth his hands in this house. Spread. Is my hand spread?
No.
No.
Is my hand spread?
It is up.
I got the prayer book in my hand. Praying in the Most High. I got one hand up.
No.
That ain't it.
He said, hands. And I remember that's plural.
More than
That
one.
means more than one.
That's right.
So your hands got to be free. Nothing could be in your hand.
That's right.
Right?
Right.
And it can't be like this.
Learn the prayers.
And I don't know where this came from. Look, man, when the referee lets you know it's a touchdown, what do he do? He go like this, or he go like this?
That's right.
Full extension.
As a man that's free.
That's right.
Okay?
That's
How we pray to God. We don't pray to God like this. We don't pray to God like this. We don't pray to God like this. We don't pray to God like this.
On
We don't
point.
pray like
Head
this.
down.
We don't pray like this. We
Football
don't pray like
stance.
this.
Word.
We don't do none of them
That's
things. All
right.
those positions
That's
are
right.
demonic positions.
Listen,
This is how you learn.
Amen.
This is how you learn.
Or just have your hands down, holding the
Or have your
staff.
hands down.
Holding
Yeah.
the stick.
Oh,
Holding the stick.
talking about that one.
Or on point.
Don't point with the head down.
So okay,
Put your head
needs to
down.
get up. Get up. You put the stick up and go like this.
Damn idiot, what are you doing?
I've seen it.
You don't even know
all.
what this gesture means.
I've
Y'all don't
seen
even
it
know what
all.
that means. Yo, guys like Nimrod did those positions. Positions mean something. That's why we don't involve in yoga.
Mhm.
If you want to stretch your arm, stretch your arm, stretch it. You don't have to. I'm thinking of Mac and do all these weird positions because it is worship, it is exercise religion. Sun worship.
Word.
They didn't stretch. They didn't need to stretch. You don't need that. They didn't even go to a gym or nothing. No, seriously.
A gym came
Right or
a long
wrong?
time.
These guys were superhuman.
Yeah.
One guy had a secret with God. And he didn't even tell his mother and father. That's the only secret that was valid. Because God said it. God said, look, man, this is between me and you. You can't tell nobody. Okay, God. That's why when he ripped the lion, he said he didn't tell his mother and father. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man. I don't want to hear nothing about no Superman, man. I don't want to hear about no Incredible Hulk. Where do you think they get all this imaginary stuff from? They have to make all this stuff up, so this don't really mean nothing when you read it. You know how big the gates of the city is? You know how hard it is to catch one fox? Do you know there is a sport in England to hunt foxes?
Yeah.
Do you know it's like a whole, you got like 12 bloodhounds,
They just want to catch
2
one.
or 3 6 hunters with guns. They chasing one fox.
Just once.
And they don't always catch them. They're the slickest animals. The fox is very sly and slick, right? So how this man got 300? The Spirit of the Lord wasn't upon him.
Dolo.
Y'all don't know what it means when the Spirit of the Lord is on a person. When the Spirit of the Lord is on a person, whatever you are doing, you will accomplish
That's right.
greatly.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa, wait a minute, man, what's up with this dude? See, the only time he did these acts was when the Spirit of the Lord got him.
Yeah.
Now, he had to get upset.
Mm-hmm.
When he got upset and he wanted to make a move, the Spirit of the Lord came upon him. That's when he needed
It
strength.
sound like the old to me.
Saul had an evil spirit on him.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he wanted to kill David.
Mm-hmm.
David didn't do nothing to him. He was the one that said, yo, I want you with my wife. I mean, with my daughter, Michal.
Yeah.
He was the one that looked that up. He's like, man, I perceive God is with this guy, man. He ain't with me no more. I ain't gonna have the kingship no more. And that's why he was trying to kill him. But it was an evil spirit that it was in his head to make him think like that. It was an evil spirit that was in Jeroboam's head to say, man, if everybody go down to Jerusalem for the 3 appointed times, he said, everybody gonna turn to that king in Judah and they're gonna kill me.
Yeah.
That was an evil spirit that made him think like that.
Yeah,
Because first of all, you're not supposed to stop the people to go there.
Mm-mm.
That's not what was gonna happen. You have so much evil intent that you think everything is done with an evil intent because you don't know good. You know, some people don't know what good is. They don't know certain acts of good. When you sit down, you say, "Why you like?" I said, "Nah." And I explain. They're like, "Oh wow, nobody's never done that before." Good. I said in my head, good,
That's crazy.
good,
Yeah. Yeah, right.
good. Because I'm doing something that nobody's doing on this planet.
Uh-huh.
So Mahaba said, this will have you unique. This will have you looked at as Noah. What did it say about Noah? He was what? Perfect in what? His generation. In the people that lived when he was alive, he was better than all of them in the world. The world. These people were the best of the best of the best in the world. All they did was follow the same commandments we read today.
No, word. That's how you gotta do it.
Tell sheep.
With 1 Kings 8, verse 39. Then hear thou in heaven in thy dwelling place, and forgive, and do, and give to every man according to his ways, whose heart thou knowest. For thou only, knowest the hearts of all the children of men.
He said, because you know the hearts of the children of men.
Yeah.
He said, you guys know. Tell sheep.
That they may fear thee all the days that they live in the land which thou didst give to our fathers. Moreover, concerning a stranger that is not of thy people.
He said, look. We got the people covered, but look, we got to cover the strangers too. Because you have the stranger is a person that come from outside, that come from foreign land, that come from a foreign family. He's an outsider, but he comes to serve God. Remember, that's why. He said, a stranger that sojourn, that dwell among you. We ain't gonna have a stranger come amongst us and praise Jake, right?
Can't have
The stranger that come amongst you is the ones that want to serve God like you. You can't treat them no other way. You gotta have a special eye for them. Oh no. Remember, he's a stranger. Yeah, but he serve God better than you.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
That's right.
He wasn't born knowing about God. You was born knowing it, and the stuff you supposed to be doing, you don't do.
Okay.
How about that? This guy just got here and did this, and he had a problem with it. Why you had a problem with it? Why you still got a problem with it? So just shut up.
True.
So when a stranger pull up and he's come to serve God, you can't vex him or treat them anyway. Matter of fact, they get first. They get to eat first.
That's right.
Yeah.
Everybody wait.
Don't ask the man why he's coming to teachings, man.
God sent him. Maybe he came here to hear something that's going to save his life.
That's right.
Watch it. You are not Moses. You are not Moses.
Amen.
You're not in charge of the people.
Amen.
Okay? You are not required to step up and take charge of it. Stop that. God picks who he wants close to him.
That's a fact.
He's changing his life for the
He's
better.
changing his
Fact.
life. Leave him alone.
Leave him
You need
alone.
to change your life.
There you
That's
go.
right.
That's the evil in you speaking. Instead of saying, oh, wow, it's good to see you. Encourage them.
Yeah.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
You want this filled up.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
want to be
yeah.
hot and backed up. That's how it's supposed to be.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Encourage each other, man.
Uh-huh.
We too busy downing each other.
Uh-huh.
We serve God.
Uh-huh.
And God said He loved unity amongst us.
Uh-huh.
He loved that. He don't want us to take things too far with each other. Something got to stop. Somebody got to stop. And then the other person got to realize, okay, he started, let me stop. And that's it.
No.
That's unity. We can't go too far with each other. God don't like it. He said it's ugly. And he said, when we together, look, man, he said, he this is metaphoric. He compared our unity as the oil that ran down Aaron's beard, down his robe, down the skirts, his garment. But that's what happened when you got anointed.
Not down the suit.
The blazer. Down the blazer.
Suits, not the tuxedo. Or the shirt and tie. Or just a regular shirt, blazer. Or
It's not required attire. Suit and tie. Come to teachers. Don't put on the robe. Put on the garment.
now, the attire of the woman is starting to look like Africans. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Speak about it.
We always get on the men. I gotta get on the woman.
Okay.
Watch the material you guys buy.
Right.
Okay?
Plain.
We dress different, our colors, our styles, everything is different. I'm seeing sisters dressing more like African women.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? All right. Just be mindful. I'm seeing a lot of close hair.
That's right.
A lot of busty women.
Yeah.
Close hair, but then out here is flare. No. Y'all gotta stop that. I don't want to see your thighs. I don't want to see your butt going up and down like this, man. Cover that, man. What is a scion?
Amen.
That's right.
The men cover their crotch. They cover their bulge.
That's right.
You gotta cover your butts. You gotta cover your
Amen.
shapes.
That's right.
When women walk, there's a curve. Man, listen.
That-
Listen. Men marry women just because of the walk. Okay? Look, all the brothers laugh. We know how that walk. Oh, wow, who that? She ain't walk, she got a different walk. What he said?
Man,
What he said?
some heels. Man,
He said, that's what got, he said,
y'all don't know.
that's what got my attention.
That's
Walk.
what my attention.
And I see myself the same way from young. The walk. I used to tell her, I said, I ain't gonna ask you, lady, but you got a mean walk. And he laughed, and I leave them alone. The walk. Oh boy. What you think, Dad? That's the model walk, the runway walk.
Mm-hmm.
They got a different walk when they walk up there, right? Right now, that's because of what they're wearing. We the ones that get noticed, not the woman.
Yeah.
You get noticed for your husband.
That's right.
Dress tight stuff up when I
Yeah.
come home
Yeah.
and dance for me. I like for my woman to dance for me, boy. I can't have a woman that don't know how to dance. She got to dance. There's times I want to sit down, drink, watch my woman dance. I shouldn't have to go to
Well,
a
nigga,
strip
man.
club and give up my money.
City.
Give up my money to naked, unclean women. They're on their period while they're in there.
Oh, God.
You think they're on their period? They're not still. That's gonna stop them. They're on their period. You see the string hanging out.
Oh,
So I said, stay away from these things, man.
Told her.
Stay away from these things. Stay away from these things. All that we don't need it, man. That's what makes us separate.
Mm-hmm.
That's when God said, nah, man, they not like them. They don't go to places you go. They don't do what you do. They don't celebrate what you celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
Watch your celebrations.
Mm-hmm.
If it ain't what's in Leviticus 23, it ain't valid.
Same
Right.
bodies.
When you know right now.
That's right.
Okay? It's not valid. It's either or. We can't mix. We can't let this slide. We can't,
You know,
you gotta make a difference
That's right.
and put an end to certain customs
Holy
that are not of Israel. Most of the customs of the Israelites, they are adapting from Judaism.
Yeah.
I hope y'all are aware of this.
Yeah.
I hope y'all are aware of this.
Yeah.
All right? Because I know when Nehemiah took out the book and read the whole law, he didn't read a portion. I said he ain't read no portion. All right? Don't get quiet on me, y'all. Don't get quiet on me. I'm gonna blow it up just like how about you.
Emmett. Nah,
All right?
Facts.
All right? It ain't stop.
Facts.
We're gonna blow it up. Things that Israelites are doing, we're gonna expose it. We're gonna talk about it because it's in the law. They didn't do it. Watch yourselves, man.
Emmett.
Watch yourselves. Get into everything. You right now, your life is about getting out of stuff.
Yeah.
Into getting into more stuff. Don't celebrate no day unless it's in that book. Talk to you.
That they may fear thee all the days that they live in the land which thou didst give to our fathers. Moreover, concerning a stranger that is not of thy people Israel, but comes out of a far country for thy name's sake.
He said, what? He come from a far country. He left the people that he came up with. He left his nativity. He left his family. What? Read that again.
Moreover, concerning a stranger that is not of thy people Israel, but comes out of a far country. For thy name's sake.
All right? For thy great name's sake. He didn't come for us. Okay? We are the ones that's supposed to show them how it is to serve God, what to do, what not to do, and treat them as such. When they come, God brought them here.
Yeah.
They have the certain strangers, certain heathens. God's looking and say, oh, wow. If I bring them around certain people, he gonna like it.
Oh,
He
yeah.
gonna do it.
Oh, yeah.
God sees that in people. So you'll see now the whole world ain't trying to do this. So the whole world ain't got the potential to serve God.
Emmett.
So he said, when the stranger come, let him pull up. He don't come here for you. He come here for his name. See how important his name is?
Right.
So now I come here to find out about this guy and how to serve him. Because I come from a country where they don't serve him. But I heard about this God. I was around people that served this God. I like what they were saying. What they saying, something in me agrees with it. And I got a certain feeling.
Something in me agrees.
Like, wow. Everybody ain't gonna get that. I'm letting y'all know that right now. So you be preaching on deaf ears.
That's right.
I'm not going out there and tell nobody nothing.
Can't do it.
I'm not, unless God comes to me in a dream and says, thus said the Lord, go on Utica Avenue. Yeah, that's a different story.
Yeah.
That's a different story.
Tell it.
I'm going out there, you know why? Because he got people out there that's going to run into me.
Yeah, I'll be with you. I'm not with you.
It's not about me.
Straight up. I'm not with you.
It's about God and his name. And being I'm a servant, I represent it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But I'm not going unless he tell me to go.
That's right.
Yeah. Look at Jonah. He told Jonah to go. Jonah ain't even want to go. He was like, what? He didn't say that. But that's why I say, yo, remember, God made everybody. He ain't just made Israelites.
No, what? That's not what you forget.
Uriah the Hittite was a good dude.
Yes, you was.
Right or wrong?
Good man.
Yeah.
Good man.
Good man.
Hittites.
That's right.
They were supposed to be destroyed.
Yeah.
God knew it was going to be some good ones come out of them. I already knew you, Israel, you ain't going to do right anyway.
God made exceptions.
You're going to leave them alive anyway.
That's right.
So I'm going to just make sure the ones that don't die that you kill, because Uriah coming out of one of these lines.
That's real. Yeah. That's in the future.
Because I already know you're not going to do what you say and do. So I got this here. Boom, 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 boom. That's how it goes. Time shoot.
1 Kings 8, verse 40. Verse 42. For they shall hear of thy great name and of thy strong hand and of thy stretched out arm.
No, you said Second Chronicles.
First Kings 8.
No. Second.
Second Chronicles.
Wait, Second Chronicles 8?
Second Chronicles
6.
37, verse 37. If they bethink themselves in the land. Bethink means, oh, wait, hold up. I'm out of place with God. You start thinking. I got to stop this. I got to start that. I got to get rid of that out of my house. I got to stop this. Right? That's how you bethink yourself. When you start making corrections in your head, not saying, oh, man, I got to get right. No.
Do it.
When you start preparing, before you do it, you gotta think of how you gonna do this because I got no work. So how am I watch? And you gonna get it. You gonna get it right. You gonna get okay. So this is how the day the course go. Boom, 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 boom. I already know I got this much time now.
So what I just come do this.
So during your course of time, you can't because distractions come.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's the
Everybody
test.
don't live like this. They don't know the personal journey you going on, and that's where you come in at.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You gotta be ready.
That's real. Yeah.
That guy don't mean nothing. He always gonna holler at you about something. This ain't the time. I gotta hurry up and get in for this.
Mm-hmm.
Or I have to be aware of certain things because I'm accomplishing these laws and I can't stop once I start.
Yeah.
God don't like that.
Mm-mm.
You know, he gets real upset.
Yeah.
He don't like that. Listen, man, either you stay out or you stay in. That's what if you stay out, look, I let you rock. You still gonna get it though. But I'm gonna let you rock because what? You chose.
That's right.
You stuck to your conviction, right or wrong.
Mhm.
All right, so you go ahead. No blessings for you. You're gonna live out. You're gonna pan out.
Mhm.
Now you guys here. You chose the right thing over here. Okay, now I'm gonna work with you. I'm gonna work with you and help you get the kinks out. I see you. You're aware of yourself. And I see in your heart, you feel to be better.
Mhm.
You really don't want to be the way you are.
That's right.
God has to see that in you though.
Mm-hmm.
Time sheet.
2 Chronicles 6:36.
Uh-huh.
If they transgress against thee, for there is no man who does not transgress.
37. Yet if they bethink themselves in the land,
Yet
whether they are carried captive. Uh-huh.
And turn and pray to thee in the land of their
See?
captivity.
If they think of themselves where they are carried in as slaves, now that they're far away, now that you're in jail in the mountains,
Behind the wall.
that's when only not everybody bethink themselves though.
No.
Only
A just man will
only a man that want to do right deep down,
Think
you're
himself.
gonna think you're gonna be like, damn, man.
Man that want to do right.
Hey, you know we're gonna acknowledge?
Man that has
Ain't nobody
conscience.
else's fault, man.
Mm-hmm.
He snitched on me. Hear that, man?
That's right. Yeah.
I want to hear that.
You better have a conscience.
You say to
Think
yourself,
man.
I know why I'm here. I know why this happened to me.
Yeah.
I know why this happened. I know why. I know why this reaction came and it was there. You have to say this. That's how you bethink yourselves.
Right.
Okay? He said, and if, it said, they didn't say when they bethink themselves. It said if, because not everybody bethink themselves.
Mhm.
In the land, whether they are carried captive, and turn and pray unto thee in the land of their captivity, saying, we have sinned,
Mhm.
we have done amiss, and I have dealt wickedly. You have to say it, man.
Okay.
Say it.
Okay.
It's therapy.
Mhm.
You see how? We'll get you therapy. You need therapy, right?
Mhm.
We're not talking about therapy with God. They're talking about go sit down with another two, a man or a woman and shrink. Okay, they call them shrink. Okay, they get a lot of money off doing this,
Mhm.
and they sit down and you tell them everything about you that you don't like about yourself. You tell them that, and then they tell you, and they ask you questions. You don't need that.
Then they shrink you.
Because that's why it's really a shrink. Because your mentality is shrunk. And your pockets get shrunk. If they charge you.
Every hour.
But if I confess to God,
Mhm.
turn away from my sins,
Mhm.
confess to God, pray to him,
Mhm.
and do his commandments,
That's right.
it don't cost you nothing.
No.
And your mind will not shrink.
Okay.
It will expand and transcend into a godly state while you are still in the flesh.
That's right. Okay, Shem.
Man, boy,
Hallelujah.
amazing God he is.
That's
Great God,
right.
great God.
Amazing God he is. The only God. Let's make this clear. He is the only God. The Most High God is the only God. There is no other. All right? Who is, who was, and who will forever be.
For his mercy endure forever.
Okay?
Amen.
Nobody, what idol got that?
Ooh, none.
What book of some guy
None.
that they say is God has that type of title?
His
None.
mercy endure forever.
But God is not born
At
a
all.
woman.
Mm.
At all.
Okay?
A virgin woman.
God cannot come up as a child. God is not human.
Take time.
Just remember that. All the idols, all the cheap idols of man are humans.
Say, I'm the God
Okay.
of the spirits.
He said, I'm the
all
God of the
flesh.
spirits of all flesh. I made all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
That's right.
And I made off of me spirits to animate all these bodies.
Mhm.
That's why when you die, you gotta report back.
Yeah.
Right back.
You gotta
You report back.
That's right.
You're gonna bow before the king.
Mhm.
You're gonna see,
That's right.
you better be on your best behavior. If you don't believe it, it said non-believe. There's a time when non-believers will believe, but it will be too late.
Yeah.
There is a time, but it will be too late by then. Time sheet.
If they return to thee with all their
With
heart,
all their heart,
and with
no
all their soul.
backsliding, no reservations, no doubts, no questions, all the way. So when you return to God, see that means you're blessed. So when you return to God, they say you got to come back 10 times more than where you was, because you wasn't strong enough the first time.
Mhm.
So you have to plant yourself 10 times. What he said, I'm 10 toes down. They got that from this. He said you got to come back 10 times stronger. Put your weight down on it. You got to do more than what you did before, so you don't wind up going out. Because the back and forth, guess what happens? You get caught out.
yeah.
Okay.
You get caught while you're out.
Okay.
Time sheet.
And with all their soul in the land of their captivity, when they have been carried away captives, and pray toward their land, which thou dost give to their fathers, and towards the city which thou hast chosen, and towards the house which I have built for thy name, then hear from heaven.
So where's all these places that the people saying God is in this house? We worship God here, there. God only heard one spot toward the city, one city, and toward the house. The house is the temple. There's only one temple.
Yeah.
There's only one temple. Every other place is the place where you gather to worship. It's not a temple. Time sheet.
Then hear from the heavens and from thy dwelling place their prayer and their supplications.
Excuse me. And your temple is not your mind either.
No.
It's not your mind, not your body. Oh, leave that alone. Leave it alone. Y'all don't even know that a lot of things that I hear Israelites say, they got it from 5%ers. They got it from Muslims. They got it from Christians. They got it from black philanthropists.
Back in the days, the leaders wouldn't allow it.
You have a lot of black philanthropists, pro-black people and stuff, and they take a little bit of something out of everything and make a book out of it.
Yeah.
Right? Watch yourself, man.
Christianity, Judaism,
All that stuff, man. Leave it alone. So God say, stick to this. Because once you go outside of this, you're going to err.
Yeah.
You're going to. And you know what's going to be wrong about it? You're going to think you're doing right. They're going to have it to where you think you're doing the right thing.
Take time.
That's the Meshuggah.
Take
Time
time.
sheet.
Then hear from the heavens, from thy dwelling place, their prayer and their supplications, and maintain their cause.
Maintain their cause. Hold them down. Wherever they at and what they're doing, that's their cause. He said, forgive them, hear them, and hold them down, because they ain't gonna need you. We not around, we not amongst each other. We can't protect each other. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Time sheet.
And forgive thy people who have transgressed against thee. Now, Eli, let thy eyes, I pray thee, be open, and thy ears attentive to the prayer that is made in this place. Now therefore arise, O Elohim, into thy resting place, thou and the ark of thy strength. Let thy priests, O Elohim, be clothed with victory. And let thy pious ones rejoice in goodness.
You know, I know one of the resting places of God is the mercy seat. That's what that sounds like right there.
Two cherubs just prostrated.
It's a real small space. Top of the ark. The ark is a box.
Yeah.
A very beautiful, shiny, overlaid with gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, ain't no
The
dust
best
on
gold. The gold we got today ain't
Gold's
nothing.
on that.
Nothing.
Right or wrong.
That's right.
The gold that day, that was pure gold, man.
Yeah.
And look, got two big giant statues. Yeah, statues. But you can't have it in your house.
That's right.
How about that? You're gonna join worship.
How come nigga ask God?
That's right.
Ask God. I ain't answering that. I ain't attempting to answer it. It ain't in there. You ask him, be presumptuous and ask him.
Can't get the priest. Can't get the priest.
Be presumptuous and ask him. Two cherubims. Cherubims is the top order of angels. You got one on one side, bowing with all his wings forward. Even the wings are bowing towards God. And God come when he feel like it at times. He come in the temple. There's a little room called the Holy of Holies. Nobody goes in there. Only one man enters in there once a year.
That's right.
And when he goes in there, before he go in there, it's not a door. It's a veil, like a curtain. Before he go in that curtain, he got to take his censer and incense and make a smoke. You got to make that sense. God smell it, he like it. And you got to smoke up, let it smoke. That thing push out a lot of smoke. And it's called a smoke screen. Smoke screen, they use this in the army. We pinned down by fire. And the sniper's hitting us up. I take a smoke screen canister, put it out there, smoke up the place. They can't see us now. Now we can move out. That's what he did. Then he could go in there, all right, and do what he have to do in there, and then get out.
Yeah, get up out of that.
Because God, he said, gotta make a scroll. He said that way he don't see my face and die. That's why it's called the Holy of Holies. You had the holy place, and you had the most holy and the Holy of Holies. You had the outer court and inner court and outer court. The woman, that was their limit. They couldn't go into the inner court. Only men could go into the inner court. And those men were the men who were bringing up their offerings.
That's right.
So there's another part where there's another priest to take the woman's stuff. Then everybody don't go where the men go to bring their stuff up.
Right.
And then I can't pass. I'm in the inner court. This is my limit.
Yeah.
I give him my goat, my lamb, my bird, whatever, and then I go home.
On the left.
There's nowhere to sit and wait. Oh man, your offering. No. Go home.
Give him updates.
You don't need a ticket. You don't have to stamp the animal with it. Well, I gotta stamp it so they don't know it's mine. Because if not, I won't get my blessing. I won't get. Well, you're dealing with a God that knows everything.
That's right.
You're dealing with a God that has a priest that once a year he knows all of our sins, and he confesses the sins to God. We don't. He confesses it and put all those sins on the head of a goat. And they get rid of that goat in the spot where God tells them to get rid of it.
That's it, man.
Yo, the stuff that we had set up for us, man, was so that we don't be sinful before God. We don't have iniquity over us. That way, God will be with us. He will walk with us. He will fight for us. He will teach us. He will protect us. That's the key. Our lives have to be correct so that God can he said, I'm a holy God. Joshua said, yo, he's a holy God. Y'all got to remember that, man. Y'all can't be doing unholy things and then saying, no, whatever God said we're going to do, he ain't dealing with y'all because he's a holy God. That's what Joshua was telling them. Y'all did. He said, y'all got to get all the idols off of you. He's not going to deal with you like this. And that's what the people didn't get, man. Tom sheet.
Let thy priest Elohim be clothed with victory, and let thy pious ones rejoice in goodness.
Okay, then we'll go to the next chapter. It said, now when Solomon had made an end of praying, all of that was his prayer we just went through. He said, when he made an end of praying, now remember, he said, yo, God, this person is going through this over here, and your people going through this from faraway land. They're getting this, they're getting accused, they're getting prosecuted, they're getting afflicted, this happening. You give them pestilence and famine, all these things, and they bethink themselves. Only the ones that bethink themselves. This is only going to go down with the ones that bethink themselves. When you bethink yourself, you prepare in your mind and your heart to correct yourself with God. Nobody could do that for me. I can't do that for you. Look, your mother can't do it for you. You can't do it for her. Ain't that something?
Yeah.
You got your own fingerprint. Does anybody share that fingerprint with you?
Not at all.
Okay, now. So certain things you got to do on your own. That's right. You are made individual. You don't need nobody to serve God. Okay? Time sheet. Oh, it said after he made an end of praying, fire came down from heaven. What we've been telling y'all, God accepts the offerings by sending fire from heaven.
right.
I don't care who it is today. There's no fire coming down from heaven accepting nothing. So all the sacrifices, like God said, you sacrificing the devil. Jump sheep.
Now, when Shlomo had made it end of praying, the fire came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offering and sacrifices, and the glory of Elohim filled the house.
Uh-huh.
And the priest could not enter.
You know what the glory is? It's a light. It's brighter than. It's so bright. You can't look.
Yeah.
It's brighter than the sun. The glory of God is brighter than the sun. When he in the cloud, that's why Moses' face shone.
Nah,
Thank
well,
you, brother.
I was thinking that.
He
son.
was close to God. He was in the
Thinking
same
that.
vicinity with God.
I was thinking
The
that.
only thing God had to smoke, he said, the thick darkness where God was. So we could sit down in a room full of smoke. I know you there. I can hear you, man. I can't see you. That's how God spoke to him.
Yeah.
He didn't speak to nobody like that.
Yeah.
He didn't speak to nobody like that, man.
Nobody.
He didn't come in Moses' dream and say, yo, I am the Lord thy God. I want you to do it. He said, man, I'm gonna make him see something that's unusual. And if it catches curiosity, that's the man.
Yeah.
I know I picked the right man, but let me see what he got in him. And when he look and saw the fire burning, I don't see no smoke. The bush is still there. Wait a minute. Nothing burns without getting consumed.
Yeah.
Science,
Yeah.
right?
We love
When
science.
God is involved, when God is involved,
Word.
you put water in that freezer, it ain't freezing.
At all.
When God is involved,
Mhm.
when God is involved, he'll make it snow in the jungle.
Amen.
When God is involved,
In the desert.
okay?
Desert.
The fleece gonna be wet.
The fleece gonna be wet and the ground gonna be dry.
Uh-huh.
When the ground was just wet, and he got to do that now.
Amen.
We don't have time for science to take its course.
Amen.
It has to be done now.
Amen.
There's places on this planet where there's no gravity.
Yeah.
See, California,
It's snowing.
It's snowing in the
they
Sahara.
said it never rains out there. They made a song.
Yeah.
No, it's not. They said it never rains in Southern California. All right? You gotta remix it now.
Snowing over there now.
Because it don't snow.
Remix. Sometimes it
don't rain.
rains.
They got fire going on out there. Okay? They gotta fix all of that, man. Because it does rain in Southern California. It gets hot in New York, and it's still wintertime. This past winter, I had to put my winter. I said, no, I'm gonna keep it. I don't care. But I said, whoa, it's really hot out here. I gotta put something right out.
No snow.
No snow. No snowstorm. We didn't have a snowstorm. We didn't have that. Oh man, in the city, gotta go down sanitation. Look,
Yeah.
man,
Look at that.
God's switching all that up.
As he
Okay?
pleased, as he
When
pleased.
man on earth, the more man sin as a whole on the planet, it messes up the weather, it messes up the land, it messes up the animals. We pervert the animals.
Yeah.
A lot of the animals are dying species because of us. You keep eating them. You keep eating
What the hell
them.
you doing eating leopards?
You eat animals that's supposed to
Elephants.
clean. Certain animals are made to clean. They're sanitation.
They want to eat lobsters. They want to eat the lobsters and the
Yeah,
shrimp.
those are cleaning fish.
But when you tell them it looks just like a roast. Look.
They
When you
get
say,
tight.
I don't want to
They
say
get tight.
I don't want to
They get so tight.
You know the truth. But wickedness and the wickedness of the world puts the truth to the side. You know,
Heart get harder,
to the
man.
side. But let me say, that's how everybody is today.
It's
I
crazy.
see it. I see it on the internet. I see it on social media. A man can't be a man no more. What is going on? It's wrong for me to say I run my house. If I say, yo, man, I run my house, my wife do what I say, everybody do what I say. They say, oh, that's not right.
Yeah.
Massage.
Yeah.
Come on now.
You better mind your business.
Man, you had a woman that came up.
You better mind your business.
She said, "My man runs me and everything here."
I heard of.
And everybody was in the comments like so excited. That's
on
it.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Woman said, "My
You see
man
them?
runs
And
me."
I was
who
like,
was
wow.
in the comments?
I love it.
Who
I
was
love
in
it.
the comments?
Only
American woman.
American woman was in the comments bashing her.
tight.
She let her husband rule
Saying she
and
was
rule
over that.
everything. in
She
the
let it
house.
be known. I remember that. She let it be known. She's not being forced.
Right.
I'm not being boss.
I'm not. That's
I want my man to run me.
She know her
I've
position.
heard certain women saying, look,
She know her
Look.
position.
I like when my man take charge.
That's
I like. One woman said, ooh, when you told me shut up the other day, I got all hot and bothered. That's a woman.
That's real.
That's a woman.
That's real, bro.
No woman like that. Real
Right.
women want you to be a man. Most women don't want you to be a man because
Admire
they
you
want to
to
run it.
They want
I
to run.
peeped that. I peeped that.
You can't rebuke your kids. And when they get older, she can't rebuke the kids.
The
Okay.
sister.
And then she want to give them to you.
Okay.
Now you want to pass some more up. Now you want to pass some more.
But the work is when they're small.
That's
Right
right.
there.
It's work on them from small.
But you're so selfish. You only thinking about yourself. You don't think about your kids either.
I know.
It's all selfishness, man. And then when they grow up, you don't show them another way. You gave them a counter to what I was doing.
Yeah.
Now, but I don't. I don't like the way you act. So what? I have to act. Sometimes I gotta act like this to get this off.
Yeah.
Cause y'all ain't seeing me, and it gets me tight. I want to kill everything. I'm blow everything. Yeah, you gonna get like that for God, and He loves it. He loves it. He loves it. And guess what? That ain't stress. That's the one. That's the one anger. That's the one wrath. That's not gonna give you a messed up heart.
Yeah.
Because you ain't gonna be stressed.
Uh-huh.
Nehemiah said, "Remember me for these things."
Yeah.
We could do stuff today, and that's God. Remember me for these things.
Amen.
For real.
That's
Yeah, man.
Tuh.
Tony did that.
The camp breaking out. Picked up
So
all
everybody, the
all
camp
of
is
it.
shutting down.
It's on the
Everybody
floor.
picking up valuable
All
stuff,
on the floor.
electronics, this, that, and the
This on the
third.
floor. This on the
The
floor.
word of God,
God's name.
the word
on
of
the
God,
floor.
the scroll with the Torah in it. These things is on the floor.
Floor, God's name.
But I'm gonna tell you something. I ain't surprised.
Tuh.
And I ain't surprised. And it was supposed to shut down because we found a Jake coloring book. Okay? That thing that be on the cross.
Kids book.
We found a coloring book. Me and my Abba found a coloring book in that camp. There was no strangers there. We can't blame it on visitors or strangers.
Nah.
At least they admit he's a cartoon character.
Wow.
I give him that much. I give him that much.
So they ain't supposed to be there.
No, he ain't supposed to be
We ain't
there.
supposed to find that there.
No, you that outside. You that outside.
They didn't leave off from their past, brother. They didn't leave off.
So while you sitting in there, your God is still Jake.
That's
They didn't
crazy.
leave off from
And
their
everybody that was there for years, had babies, was wives. Okay? So just think about that, man. A coloring book with Jake and
No
Mary,
good. No
New
good.
Testament stuff,
No
in
good.
the Israelite camp.
No.
Now I'm gonna tell y'all something else too. Most Israelites in the world serve Jake. They're down with the New Testament with both.
Messianic.
We are radical.
Yeah.
Messianic's crazy.
Most of the Israelites that don't serve Jake, it's up here. It's on the East Coast, on the upper East Coast. That's it. Not everybody down south is with it. Yo, down south is Baptist all the way.
Yeah.
Everybody down south is growing up in a Baptist church, and there are ways and worship of a Baptist church. I'm starting to see in Israelites that are down south.
They incorporated down south, bro.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
it's a lot of customs.
They literally incorporate JC
Yeah.
in this way of life down south.
Yeah,
Yes.
right here.
The guy's name, he wrote all of that.
Okay?
Come
So
on.
watch it, man.
Yeah.
Most
Literally
Israelites
down south.
in the world, 95%,
Everywhere.
95% are with the New Testament. They go both, they do both things. Okay? Watch it. Watch who you marry. Woman, watch who you marry.
That's right.
Don't marry any brother.
That's right.
The sun.
The son.
The son,
Yeah. Come on,
the
man.
father.
Crazy.
Nah, man. We don't deal with that. We don't deal with that. There's no 3 in 1. You know where that came from? Nimrod.
Yeah.
Nimrod hated God because God destroyed his ancestors that were evil. He had a thing with God because of that flood, and he defied God and everything that God had set up. he made something against it called religion, paganism, devil worship, all put together. All put together. This man slept with his own mother and had a child. And that child was supposed to be the God child. Doesn't it sound familiar? That the God child that protects everybody from dying of their sins. That's what Nimrod's son was to be. Okay? So Jake, that they call Jesus Christ, come from that. Bacchus, which was the Greek
Take
god.
the snakes.
But before Jake, you had a whole bunch of gods that had in that form in that generation. Whatever nation that color was, that was the color of that god, but it was the same thing. And his mother and the ghosts. Yeah.
Ghost.
This ghost. Who is this ghost? What is this ghost?
They said he was
Ghost
around
can-
the beginning of time.
Look.
They said Jake was around the beginning of time.
Look. Ghosts, angels materialized and went into the woman and had babies.
Yeah.
Ghosts ain't materializing. Ghosts ain't an angel. Ghosts is a spirit. A spirit. And we read about spirits, right?
Take time.
Okay. All spirits ain't good.
Nah.
You got good spirit and bad spirit.
Sometimes you'll see them running around here.
He said a lion spirit came down
Lion
and went
spirit in
in the
him.
mouth of who?
Ahab. It went in him.
So lion spirit, who
King
will go down
prophets.
and cause Ahab to fall?
And you know, we had mad volunteers. Like in school. Oh, me, I know King Spirit. He's like, one came and said, yo, I got him, God.
Spirit came.
I said, how are you going to do this? He said, I'm going to go down there
Be a
and
lion
be a
spirit.
lion spirit. I'm going to go in all his
I'll make
prophets.
him go.
What, 400?
Right.
450
Well,
men
where you went?
in the mouth of all those prophets and make them lie to him
He made them
to
fall.
tell him to go.
That's right.
Everything's going to be good so that he could die.
That's right.
He said, I want him to die. He said, I don't want him to just die. I want him to die in battle. But for me to get him to die in battle, he got to think everything's good.
That's right.
So I need somebody to go down there and be a lion spirit and persuade him. Get a lie, and something that's not true gonna get in your head. That's what you gonna go on.
And the most high you just go with, I'm gonna do it.
He said, how? I want to know how you gonna do it.
How?
Because there's different ways to do it.
He said,
Look, I know how to get him. People who advise him, he listened to them. I go into the 400 prophets. Now what they saying? Go ahead. God is gonna push your enemies back. They said, okay, the prophets say that. Now, but why the lion spirit was able to go in the prophet's mouth? You know why? They were prophets of Baal.
That's dangerous, man.
Ahaz's prophets were prophets of Baal anyway.
That's dangerous, man. Ooh,
Yeah, it's dangerous.
lion spirit.
I'm thinking about the spirit God put on Saul.
And
I'm gonna start wilding out.
Evil spirit. That evil spirit
That's a
covers.
spirit
It covered
too.
lying. It covered everything.
That's a
It
dangerous.
covered murder.
He was just
You don't have to do nothing to me. I just want you out of here.
he was just doing everything for Saul.
The evil spirit is not. It's no joke.
He probably gonna chase David.
It's no joke, man. It's no joke. And look, the evil spirit is all over now. The earth is blanketed with an evil cursed spirit from God because of the works of man's hands on this planet.
And after the flood,
It went down.
he said the spirits gonna roam the earth.
They're gonna worm. It went wild. They're all over. Say they're gonna be evil spirits. Okay, and they're gonna hate you and me. Those same angels that went into the woman, they didn't like man. You know that, right? They chased us down. They killed men. They took the woman.
They kids
And they taught their children, which were the giants, witchcraft, astronomy,
Zodiac sign.
cosmetology,
Makeup.
all this stuff the women be doing with their eyebrows, and this, and all this, and all that, and all this, and all that. You can't do that, woman of Zion. You are fake. Jezebel painted her face and her lips before she went outside to see the king. Yeah.
Yo, man, the law stopped here, man.
Yeah. You really want to know about it? Look, man, you can't do none of that, man. The painting of the lips. They said they taught them the painting of the lips. They taught them alchemy. They taught them how to take a root and use it to curse you. They taught them how to take images and use it to curse you.
What was that? Egyptian country?
That's the angels.
Before the flood.
The angels that came
There's an
down.
image of
They take images. They would take an image of you, and they could do evil things
And
to
they
you
do
with
that
an
in
image of
witchcraft.
you.
Oh yeah, that's what
That's
it
cool.
It'll be you. Break your arm.
A doll made to look like you is called an effigy, and they break it. You feel it.
Look.
They take a pin and stick it. You feel it.
Why do you think God said
Leave it alone.
Stay away from images.
Leave that stuff
And
alone.
dudes trying to go
It packs
around it. In
wickedness.
Hebrew, it said Temuna.
Temuna. Pictures.
Everybody
Pictures.
knows what Temuna is.
Pictures.
It's pictures.
Pictures. And you take
We
it.
tell ourselves.
And what we do, we set it up.
Something else.
We set it up. We set them up.
Pictures,
We
man.
set them up. Whatever you set
God
up
is against that.
is your
man.
God. Whatever you set up, you venerate.
That's right.
Whatever
God
you
is
set up,
against that, man.
Whatever you set up, setting up is a form of worship also.
That's right.
So when you set these things up, that's where your
God
heart
is
is at.
against that,
Yeah.
man.
That's why God
People
said
like
leave
they
that
don't
stuff.
understand.
That's why he said when they go down the Canaanites, destroy their pictures, destroy
Yeah.
their altars,
Yeah.
destroy their groves,
Amen.
destroy the names of the Camarines.
Uh-huh.
All these crazy stuff out there. He said, but you shall not do so unto the Lord your God. But you're gonna find my name out.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
L.
Yeah.
L. The Canaanites used L.
Amen.
Yeah.
Everybody has to take a piece of this to make something. To have people follow so they can get your money. That's what it's all about, man. And Israelites are doing it too.
Yeah.
Israelites are doing it too. I'm blowing it up. Most of what's going on because they want your money. That's why they're telling y'all you blessed and you're not blessed. That's why they tell you you could cut your beard, you could cut your hair, and you can't. That's why they tell you you're not eating with the blood, and you are. That's why they tell you this is not a burden on Shabbat, and it is. Because they tell you all these things.
Amen.
Most
Amen.
people ain't
Amen.
gonna want to do it. They're gonna leave, and you ain't gonna get no money.
Amen. 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 Amen.
Woman, it's okay to wear pants.
They're telling the woman it's okay. Certain camps tell the woman it's okay, and the woman are allowed to wear pants.
Ain't no certain, all the camps.
All of them, huh?
It's
Y'all don't be around like that.
From woman.
On Shabbat, they wear skirts. They got the pants under it. They got the pants under it.
This the only camp.
Man, getting chills.
The house of my father, Baruch Elohim.
But with that, I hope you guys something on this board. For the rest of the day. Remember today is the Shabbat. It's a long day. Hold your composure, hold your tongue, hold your behavior. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, Messiah.
You eating blood if you eat meat, well done.
Well done. Oh, chicken
When he
nuggets.
says, you go to a restaurant, order your meat, well done. Like he teaches.